Land Acquisition and Property Committee. I will say we're pretty excited about some of these projects and we're gonna sit here and go over them. I will say the committee that is here, there are a couple that are very controversial and we'd love input from everybody at the table when it comes to these, trying to make a healthy decision for the commission. So with all that said, let's have roll call for Margot.
Good morning. Going to do a roll call for our Land Acquisition Property Committee. Committee Chair Tom Berry.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Brad Spanback.
Here.
Committee Member Jim Ruffin.
Here.
Committee Member Ray Clifton. Committee Member Kelly Davis.
Here.
Committee Member Lana Zimmer.
Okay.
And ex officio members Chairman Monty Crump
Here.
and Vice Chairman Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Margot. I guess we just take off. I will say we've had a pre-meeting, as we always do, which should save us a lot of time. So with that said, Ben, all yours.
You do. Good morning.
Morning.
Welcome, everybody. We have a fairly light agenda in terms of land matters that we're looking at today, but we start off the meeting by looking at a new proposed format for our phase one form. I think I passed that new proposed form out and everybody should have a copy, take a look at. The version on the screen has filler text in Latin, as that's the auto filler text in the program that we use for format it. But you can see roughly what it would look like if we maxed out our character limits. The form that you have in your hand is for an actual track that we're looking at today, so you can see what some of the content would look like in this new proposed form. First, I'd like to explain a little bit of how we went about it. This is our first pass. Staff, small group of staff put this together. It was shared with our internal land team. Our internal land team reviewed this and vetted it, provided feedback to it. And today we want to present it to you for the first time and we want to collect your feedback. First off, I want to mention the few objectives that we use in reassessing what's needed in this phase one form, what's not necessary in phase one decision making. So we kept two objectives in mind. The first was we only wanted to provide information that's critical to phase one decision making. And to reiterate, phase one is a conceptual presentation project. We typically, well, it's not that we don't typically, we don't get into funding until we take a project to phase two. So it is a conceptual review. So in that, we try to maintain key foundation details in these projects, such as access, existing infrastructure that exists on the tracks, funding considerations such as, is it coming at a bargain sale? Is this an acquisition or is it a donation? And likely the most important part, we provide plenty of space for staff to provide feedback here, is the resource assessment and why this is an important part to the commission. And then at the bottom there, you see room for different comments. We also retain things at the top. You can see it's just very general information such as tract name, tract owner, acreage, county, game land that it may be added to if it's going to game land. Data that was first presented to the commission. So we kept a very general information there. Some things that were dropped were like owner information that is redacted from this form anyway, when it becomes a commission document. So we removed things that were really taking up space. This total phase one used to be 5 pages total, counting the maps. The current phase one, as proposed, it would be a 1-page text section that you see here, and then it would be accompanied by 2 maps, and those are, we're planning to keep, or we would like to keep our existing maps, our overview map and the detail map that we've been using for some time. We feel those are very helpful in looking at the project. The other objective we try to keep in mind was present concisely in an effective format. We did remove the scoring system. I think that was something that heard from several commissioners. That was a resounding staff comment that the scoring system was inconsistent. It wasn't very helpful. So we did propose to remove the scoring system from the document. And the other piece, and this is more for internal use, likely more for internal use, but this new form will follow a new process. So staff will utilize ArcGIS online to submit the form. They'll have character limits. So, and they'll also have prompts to request certain information in the different text boxes. So in terms of consistency with content, consistency with format, that should be improved going forward as well. And I think with that, it would be good to open it up a comment and kick the tires on it, see what we think.
I'll start off with a couple comments and welcome others for sure. First of all, I'm glad it's not in Latin. Thank you very much for that. I don't know where that came from, but I didn't know what language it was until we talked about it. Lord have mercy. But the one thing that we thought, the pre-meeting thought that was important to leave on there is any information about value. Which was if there's any proposals, what is the owner wanting for it? What is, the tax value? I think we all feel like that's pretty good information to have. And I think that the other thing we've questioned, and I guess this is what you've done here, is you've taken the Bennett track as an example of how it would come out. We were having a hard time figuring out just how this would play out. And so I think by looking at this, which I haven't, that we just got it, it does summarize things fairly well. I think that we also agreed in support of doing away with the grading system. Interesting history there. Years ago, we had a pretty simple grading system and staff was all fired up about getting in the weeds here, and it got so into the weeds, we couldn't even understand what it was all about. So it did lose some of its value, I think, when you're talking about dealing with some issues that don't have to deal with species of special concern and some of those other things, but that run the value up, but that we just get confused on. So we certainly support that aspect of it. So those are my comments.
And I've got one on your maps, especially for a piece of property that may be proposed for new game land. How difficult it is to show the adjacent tracts? Because obviously if there was like a subdivision or 100 lots next to this, it would change my opinion about whether this is a potential game land or not.
I think that's a fairly simple path for our GIS staff to incorporate that in the map. I think we've seen it in past maps, but like, we don't include it every time, but I think they likely could even fade it to an extent so it doesn't stand out as the primary tract of interest, but you can still have that useful information. I think it's a doable thing we can incorporate. I think that's good for future planning too, in terms of seeing our expansion potential.
Yeah, when it's an in holding, it's no brainer, but when it's a standalone like this, it would be helpful to know what's around it.
So let me see if I understand that, what you're saying. You're talking about, there's a map, I don't have copies of another proposal, but you wanted a more detailed map of surrounding property.
Yeah, just the neighbors, what does it look like? Because obviously if this is a proposed new game land and right next to it's 100 houses, well, that kind of changes the whole thought process. And you probably wouldn't even bring that to us. You'd probably deal with that in committee. But it would be nice to see
Okay.
the neighborhood.
Yes, sir. Good comment. Brad, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the second map does show pretty much the adjacent terrain. It doesn't show the size of the adjacent tracts, but you can tell there's really no development around it. And I guess this is just an example, but we will be discussing this project next and as a phase one. And I think there was potentially a Nature Conservancy working on a tract adjacent to this one. Was that a different project?
Those are cool grass areas.
Okay, well, anyway, you can see there's a good bit of undeveloped land around it, and
Yeah, I just don't know whether it's in acre parcels or 500 acre parcels.
yeah,
Good point.
Just to restate it, then, I think it would be significant that we show all of the adjoining properties. Any piece we're looking at, obviously, if it's an end open, you don't have to do any more research.
Sir,
And I know you have done that in the past, and it's been very helpful.
also, I'll get to do that.
So, the way I see it is that, you, on this proposal, that you've already done away with the grading system, and we need to add the maps and the values. Is that the way you see the summary of the conversation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
You're speaking tax value and asking price.
yeah, if it's
It's available.
yeah, obviously tax value is available. And if there's any appraisals, or if there's any offers, or if there's any desire that has been expressed by the owner, we ought to know that. Okay. Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Chairman, if I may, Ben, I think it's very good. You all done a great job on this. I'll pile on what everybody else has said, with maybe a little bit more drilling down on the tax value asking price. I understand that we want to stay away from what we don't know at this stage and only say what we do know. So the tax value we know, if there's a asking price that is known, then we need to put that out there. If it's just a conversation, I probably wouldn't put that on the form. We might have discussion about it, but tax value definitely at least have that on there. And to, the other point about the adjacent tracks, I like that idea a lot. I think that's always been in the back of my mind, and specifically with adjacent possibilities like, other conservatory, type, things that are going on. If we could identify generally where those areas are, or specifically either way, but things that we know that are going on, not things that we think might go on, I think that would be very helpful as well. But I do agree with you, that we have to stay away from what we're thinking as opposed to what we know at this stage. When we come back to phase two, it has to be what we know, though.
Thank you. There's a latter comment about mentioning adjacent works and the adjacent work that's going on with partners, or even the 6R track. That's likely something that council staff can include in the additional comment section.
Yep.
I think it's a good thing to
That
do.
would be a great thing to do. Thank you.
Okay, so it kind of boils down to just do away with the grading system and cut back on a map or two, and we got a plan. Any other things that we're eliminating that we're not mentioning here that we need to bring attention to?
Comment, and I kind of like quantifying things, but I understand the grading system being, moved away from, under resource assessment though, could the value of the project sort of be listed out in a kind of a priority order or an importance order? I see like this one, the one we're going to be talking about today, it's kind of SGCN project, right?
Yeah.
Some of them are, hunting and fishing access, and others are, it's an easement or utility or partner or whatever, but can you just put those resource values sort of in order of what you think is important? Just because I kind of want to jump and say, oh, it's an, SGCN, so, hinges are like, yes, but I really want to see other things. Okay, just in an order, that's all.
Yes, ma'am. And just to mention things we will prompt staff to include there, our current prompt is, are there any wildlife action plan species impacted? Are there any wildlife action plan habitat types or goals this track helps us accomplish? We want list current habitat type and activity biodiversity. So we'll prompt staff for those things, but I think it makes sense to include it in the order of importance. So,
Do you folks? Yeah,
so I think we can do that.
thank you.
So,
I like that suggestion to mention those things that we scored before, but putting a number to them is really going overboard. And a lot of times projects we really like still scored low for one reason or another. It's no point in really scoring them, but like Nelly said, pointing out the things in that same scoring order that they were before, that would be helpful.
So I hate to bring up something else here, but I just did sit down and start comparing, column for column, and the other thing is stewardship cost. Why are we eliminating that? That's always interesting to know.
So stewardship costs will still be included in our phase two form, and then we'll present these projects to phase two. We'll go into our stewardship estimate and how we plan to pay for it. So
That's what
currently,
it's always been, right?
yes, sir. And the only thing that was
No.
included in the existing phase one form, it said stewardship considerations, and we would list how we plan to pay for stewardship. And 9.9 times out of 10, it was PR matched with state dollars. In a situation where it's PFA or DAA, it'd be state dollars more than likely for federal grant, but we present that detailed information at phase two level.
Okay, fair enough. I think we got a plan. Any other comments? And we'll just take it up tomorrow.
Do we need a vote in committee or anything, or do we just?
Yeah, I guess we can. I feel like we've all, we all said yes, so we just we don't see any objections. So, well, I guess you say all in favor of proceeding with this plan.
Uh,
Okay,
Mr.
Sorry.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you're gonna vote, can you ask for a motion in a second?
Okay, sorry.
I so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So better.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, with your permission, we'll move forward to our phase one projects. So our first phase one project is the Ransom Road Track. This is a property in Haywood County. And you may have noticed, as I mentioned, all of our phase one proposals today will be in the mountain region. This project is a 97.86 acre tract. It is a proposed relocation for our Boston Depot. And the approximate asking price at this time is $1.5 million. Give some background on this project. Staff have been looking for a new site for our Boston Depot for around 2 years now. We have looked at approximately 10 properties so far. That's properties that we have set on site and investigated. We've looked at quite a few others just in perusing listings. So we've been after this for some time now. And one other thing I want to mention, this depot serves as a major hub for all divisions in the Southern Mountain region. Every division is represented there. I think, likely there's more law staff, engineering staff, and fish staff at this time, but every staff has representation. This is essentially our headquarters in the Southern Mountains. You can see in the map in the lower left-hand corner, the existing location of Boston Lanesville Depot. And so the new proposed location is just, I think, around 15 minutes away, 14 miles away from the existing depot and right outside of Clyde. A few other things to note, this is a relatively large tract for a depot construction. One thing that has stood out with this tract that has been a hindrance to other properties that we've looked at. This tract has the grade, the proper grade that would allow us to come in and construct a new depot with minimal construction costs compared to other properties that we've looked at. It also has great access. It has access for 2 different roads. Access off Ransom Road and access off Chambers Mountain Road. That's been another limiting factor for us in looking for a site. Typically, we have a hard time finding good access. One other thing to note, I think the question that we all have is, well, if you're developing a depot, that's likely to potentially use around 10 acres. What are we doing with the other 88 acres? And in talking with staff, we have identified several different ways that we feel there's a lot of use and value in that. Our regional supervisor feels that we could offer tier 3 disabled sportsman hunts on the remainder of the tract. You can see here in the detail map. Hopefully you can notice that open field that's towards the south end of the property, just off Ransom Road. That would more or less be the proposed location of the new depot. The land to the north has a good road network. It's likely logged in the past. I'm not sure how well you can see it on this map, but good road network through there and several open areas that will provide good opportunities for disabled sportsmen tier 3 permit hunts. One thing I didn't realize when we were talking through this earlier in the week, our Southern Mountain region currently does not have a tier 3 disabled sportsman permit hunt. Our mountain region in totality has one tier 3 disabled sportsman permit hunt, and that's offered at our John River Game Land. So across the state, I think in total, we were talking about it loosely this morning. I think we have approximately 3, if not 4 total across the state of North Carolina. Then our Southern Mountain region, this would be our first suitable site for a tier 3 disabled sportsman permit hunt. And to elaborate on that a little further, because that may not be a permit hunt or an opportunity that you've heard about, our tier 3 permit hunts involve staff that accompany the disabled hunter. They essentially guide the entire hunt. They help them to the stand or the hunting line. They help them through the hunt. They help them recover game, clean game. And I think all of our tier 3 permit hunts have a donated meal that we provide. The staff are along the ride for all of that. I think what is common in all of our tier 3 permit hunt opportunities is the fact that it's near to an operations center. It makes it easier in terms of having a facility nearby, having skin and wraps. If it's a big whitetail permit hunt, And also just helps in logistics. It's a very involved hunt and it helps to be close by to an operations center. So that's one important point that I wanted to make note of. Let me look through a few things right here to make sure I'm not skipping over anything. I want to mention, I know there's been some concern and staff have given this a good look. There's been some concern over the value of the property. Being 1.5 million, just to give a range of comps and other properties that we've investigated recently. The range goes from 10,000 an acre to 76,000 an acre. And to bring up our recent proposed site that fell through towards the end of 2023, it was the Hyatt Creek Road property. It was presented, I think it may have been April or July of last year. We received an appraisal for that property, made that value as an offer, and we weren't able to negotiate a purchase price. And however, that property was 16 acres and it appraised at $49,000 an acre. So just to show that anything in this area of the state and the Clyde, Canton, Waynesville area is going to be higher value. It's not far. It's about a 30-minute drive from Nashville. So will tend to be higher property values, but with this one being 100-acre property at 1.5 million, we'd be looking at 15,000 an acre at their asking price. And we feel fairly confident it will appraise for that, but we would have to order an appraisal and see. So I wanted to bring up the value side of things. And with that, I think it would be good to open it up to comment and discussion.
Again, I guess I should get the summary of the comments we had yesterday and then open it up. First of all, I was very, I think the committee, the pre-meeting, we were pretty sour on it because of the value involved here. And so I came in this morning and talking to Brian and Ben, and they pulled the handicap card on us here. And, which is a big selling point. And, I think that, but the other reality of this is that, we only need 6 acres. If you take 1.5 and 6, that's $250,000 an acre. The other thing that I think you need to think through is the fact that we have been looking for 2.5 years for a piece of property. And so, I personally have come around to our way of thinking and what's being recommended here, primarily because we've been looking so long and can't find anything. I think we can find, if we want to do a tier 3 or level 3 handicap hunting deal, you know, there's Pisgah, there's the game lands. I mean, we really could find some other places, but this is better. This is better, no question about it. The question comes down to, is it worth $15,000 an acre? And I think that's just the value of land in the neighborhood. So all those things weighing out, I personally, I've come around to where would recommend that we move forward. But let me tell you, we had major discussion on it.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with your final conclusion that it is a good thing. I got to it about the same way in that when we hung up the phone the other day, I was at best lukewarm on it. I think I said that. Ben, I gotta hand it to you and I guess Commissioner Berry too, for taking the challenge of those hard questions we asked. Why are we paying $1.5 million for something like this, for something we need 10 acres of? And you came back with some really good responses, and the handicap is a big one. But also the fact that it represents all of the departments of our agency. The fact that it's so much more developable than some of the other tracts that we've looked at, and the fact that it's really not that much more than just some 10 or 12 acre tracts we're looking at. So all of those things factor into, and that we've been looking at it for 2 years,
That's
So
fair.
it's kind of swayed me back to saying, you know, it probably is a good idea. And again, the permit disabled hunts, that's a great place to do it at. I see a lot of development around there, but I'm sure you can find a deer in those woods on 100 acres somewhere up there. So I've kind of come around on it for those reasons. And the things that we do know that we talked about, the access to the site as well as throughout that whole area because of the 2 highways there, 74 and I-40. I mean, immediate access to both of those, pretty strong for a depot. So that's why I've come around. I didn't mean to get airy on it, but I wanted to explain why I changed my heart on, or my mindset on where I was yesterday.
Yeah.
And thank you for really addressing those concerns. I think you did a good job of that.
Yes, sir.
Only because I don't know what's wrong with your existing depot.
I cleaned over that, didn't I, at the beginning? So the existing depot there's very old infrastructure, very old buildings on it. And so then that would pose the question, why couldn't we knock the buildings down and start over? Where that depot is located, I think it's, Smoky Mountain Highway, or Smoky Mountain Highway, just south of Highway 74. It's a 4-lane highway, it's divided by grass median. But when we're pulling out of the depot driveway, hauling units, dump trucks, pulling boat trailers, it's a very hazardous area to pull out. And honestly, until I saw it, I didn't fully understand it. Chief Darren Barnes and I were out there for a meeting not too long ago. We were in a pickup truck. We had to cross 2 lanes of traffic to go back eastbound on 40 or on 74, I guess northbound. And it was a hairy place to pull out in a pickup truck. So considering what staff are doing with hauling units as well as trailers, it's a safety concern and there's dilapidated infrastructure.
And that being the case, would it serve any purpose to keep it? If not, why don't you sell it? Apply the money towards the purchase of this new site.
Water contamination issue there too, groundwater.
That's correct.
Across the road.
The original well was deemed to have hazardous chemical residue in the water. So that well was condemned. We dug a new well. That water's been deemed safe, but I think as most of us could relate to staff here, they more or less bring in bottled water just out of concern because that orchard is across the road. So I would too.
So, I think Tommy's got a good point. We're gonna immediately put that on the market whenever the appropriate time is.
There is a disposition process that we are required to follow as state property office, but if that were something that staff supported, I think there is possibly some value in storing some equipment at that site as a laydown yard, but that could be assessed, and if we decide to move forward in disposition.
We got 100 acres now that we can put all that, so.
Plenty of space, yeah. So I think we could assess that.
The one thing just to touch on, and I looked at the topo, and it looks like it is. When they were talking about we can use it as hunt, well, what's it look like? What's the topo like? I mean, it's one deer stand up on top of the mountain, and you got gullies all around you. I mean, it's not as near as attractive, but it appeared to me that there's some open field area, and that it would lend itself to comfortable, nice food plots and hunting.
There's probably an elk or two on it.
Yeah, man.
It's in Haywood
Yeah.
County.
So, is there any other discussion? It's a big deal. Yeah, Brad,
I guess I'd just like a little more background on some of the other ones, like particularly the one on Beaver Dam that I referred to you. And that's about 8 acres, great access.
So
The fact that the seller hasn't really named an asking price, he's been cagey about that, but if you could squeeze an asking price out of him, it may turn out to be a lot cheaper than this, who knows?
So we discussed that a little earlier in the week, and I followed up with our engineer and staff out there to get better details or firmer facts. And more or less, the entire property is around 6.5 acres, and it's a conglomerate of, I think, 3 or 4 parcels. And the kicker there, it lays well, grade, wouldn't require much fill or earth moving. There's actually already some infrastructure on site, some of which we could potentially use, but in terms of the majority of the infrastructure, we would have to knock down and start over, and building new infrastructure, it lies within the floodplain. Out of the 6.5 acres, we had 3 workable acres for development. And given that this is a hub with multiple divisions, we felt there wasn't enough space to develop the office space, the shed space that we need on that 3 acres. And I was even talking with our chief of engineering this morning, and for some of our depots to house 1 division, less staff, there may have been potential for that to work out, a 3 acre lot. But that was the concern, and the limiting factor there is the floodplain.
Well, floodplain makes sense, it is right, Beaver Dam Creek is adjacent to the track, so. And well, the same owner has that 32 acres, 100 yards away, that is a lot more sloping and upland, but not as easy to develop. But if the price is low enough, you could buy both for less than 1.5 million. I just wonder about feeling him out on the price before passing on it completely.
I think we could look into that further and, see if we could get an asking price from him on that tract. And I think I didn't gather as many details on that other property because the quick note that I heard from staff was the grade and the limiting costs, or it not being feasible because of construction costs and grade work required, but I could find more information on that as well, to see how all that balances.
He's still got equipment on that track now, trying grading it more, trying to make it look more level. But there's also a pipeline right away goes through the middle of it and can't excavate on the pipeline. So that may not have much potential. But yeah, I tend to be more in favor of this one now with the outdoor discussion.
One other comment that I forgot to mention, Commissioner Ruffin, I think you asked that we check in with the owner or the realtor to see if there's potential to subdivide or carve out a smaller section of this property to only purchase what we needed, and that was a firm no. I think other buyers over the last couple of years have posed that same question, and the family's been adamant that they not subdivide, and we gave it a good look, and any way we could figure out how to carve it, the owner would lose access to the residual piece, so.
I'm not surprised at that. We'd be cutting the heart out of the watermelon if we did that, so I get where they're coming from.
Okay, big deal. Is there any reason to wait until we get some answers from Brad's property down there? He summarized that by saying he's more in favor of going with this than that. But let's clear that, let's be sure that that's not an option, or is it? And should we pursue that before we pursue this?
I'm willing to move this forward
Okay.
as a phase
All
one.
right, fair
And
enough.
still
Okay.
ask a few
All
more
right.
questions
All
about
right.
the Beaver Dam property, but
Okay, I still have a little heartburn over this, but based on the fact the terrain is good and the hunt situation is what it is, I think that's the big selling deal. Anybody wanna make a motion to move this?
Move for approval.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. All right, Bennett tract.
Our Bennett tract is a 480 acre property in Ashe County. This would be a new game land. You can see that it's wedged between Palm Mountain Game Land to the northwest and Treetop Mountain Game Land to the southeast. This is a partnership with Three Rivers Land Trust. They're working towards a funding plan, and we don't currently have the final numbers. However, this is likely to come to the commission as a bargain sale, if not a donation, at a later date. So we'll stay tuned with that. But given that they're very involved in it, we wanted to go ahead and present it to you for phase one.
that's a different land trust, it wouldn't be Three Rivers up in Ashe County.
It actually is. It actually is, and I think it's probably the first time that they've been involved in this area, but if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's the landowner owns land in the southern Piedmont. They've worked with him before, and he brought this property up to them as he's worked with them, and that's how they're in Ashe County.
Perfect.
Access is good. It comes in off Arnold Jones Road as well as Big Branch Road. There's good potential for expansion in this area. This would be a fine opportunity to show surrounding parcels like Chairman Craig mentioned. There's good internal road network that will help with public access. There's also a bit of aquatic protection, around a half mile of protection to Big Branch and 1 mile of protection to an unnamed tributary. There's also quality habitat and good management opportunity for rough grouse habitat management as well as golden winged warbler. This property is scored at 3.615, scored well for habitat quality and hunting opportunity, and proposed funding sources at this time, or the eligible funding sources would be NC Land and Water Fund, Pittman Robertson Wildlife Restoration Funds, as well as state funds. Staff recommend phase one approval of the Bennett tract.
All right, let's be sure we understand this. First of all, go back to the other slide. Likely to be a bargain sale. So this acquisition aspect of this is, you're not guaranteeing a bargain sale. So now let's go back to potential sources. So you're looking at land and water, and I forget when their deadlines are. And then you got PR, which is basically coming out of our pocket, okay? And as well as state funds. So explain to us a little bit more about potential funding and just to have a little clearer picture.
Three Rivers Land Trust has applied for a NC Land and Water Fund grant this cycle. They applied in March. They'll hear back with an award notification likely in October of this year. And depending on that award notification and their other fundraising efforts, that's where we'll determine whether this is coming at a bargain sale or a full donation. If they have a funding gap, if any of their fundraising efforts are unsuccessful, and they come to us with an ask, our eligible funding sources would be Pittman Robertson dollars or state funds to help them cover that funding gap. That will be determined between now and phase two, and we would bring it back with those details if there was a contribution needed from us.
It's a whole different animal if we gotta pay a lot of money for it than it is on
Well, we
bargain
won't know
sale.
that, so that's.
You won't
why I
know
said
that in
basically-
phase
it
two.
Basically just going to phase two.
I
we
hear
can
all
discuss.
that, but the process here is, it's unclear whether it's a bargain sale. And then all of a sudden it comes back, and we look at a phase two, and it's gonna be a whatever out of our pocket. It's gonna be, I mean, that's it's gonna be a pretty
Well, then
big
we can turn
number.
it down.
So I
if
just
it
wanna
is.
make note to that when we come back and look at it, that, to be sure that this piece of property, which is sitting out in there in the middle of nowhere, I don't know about how the access is to it. It's a bunch of hilly country up there. And, so might be great, might not be as great as if it was a bargain sale. Okay? All right. So, anybody's got any thoughts on that other than that?
Chairman, I have one, and this sort of
Please.
goes to what Commissioner Craig was talking about a minute ago, and I'm not trying to think of more things for you to do, but on when we get the new, presentation, package on each one, for new game land, I'm thinking about that old map we have that showed the places in the state where there was game land deficit. Is there any way to show distance, and maybe you asked this already, from existing game land, so we know how, it's sort of a desperation index of, how much that area needs a game land or the need for it, so that's the desperation, that's a bad word, but is that something you can do, just so we can see how close it is to others, or is it in one of those zones where we're really lacking game lands?
The nearest game lands are Pond Mountain, Treetop. I don't have a distance. That would have been a very good detail to provide. I agree with you. Because as mountain roads typically go, I do think that's likely considered somewhat of an underserved area. But I think going forward, I think that's what you were
Yeah,
alluding to. I think that's something we'll try to provide good detail on. When we're looking at land in these pockets where there's it would be a new game land.
yeah, great, thanks.
And I agree with Commissioner Davis completely on that, and I will add though, being in D7, I will tell you there is a deficit for game lands in D7, more so than any other district we have, so it's definitely a need. Even if it comes back at
I
not a
agree,
bargain sale,
and the
we might
road
still
system
want to
looks
consider
good, it's a different animal if it's a full bargain sale, but even at that, looks like it's a good acquisition. Okay, so, all in favor?
We need a motion.
Yeah, excuse me, all right.
Second,
Looking as staff recommends on the Bennett tract that we proceed with as presented, 400 acres tract in Ashe County. Do I hear a second?
yes, second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, moving forward, we have our Creek lot. This is a 0.36 acre lot in Ashe County. This is part of a failed subdivision. This area, Treetop Mountain Game Land. Staff worked to pursue these tracts as they become available. A lot of them were purchased sight unseen, folks outside the state. Cause of this failed subdivision was the cost of installing a road to bring access into these different lots. Habitat is southern and Appalachian oak forest, and access will be through adjacent game land at this time. Not a lot of other details. It's a very small tract, and we'd like to move forward for phase one approval. We would likely purchase state funds, being that it would be a lower cost acquisition.
So what did we say that might be?
I think tax value was 2,000 an acre. I don't know that we have a really good pulse. It would, I'd say maybe in the ballpark of about 10,000 acres, what it would appraise at, but access is really gonna hurt the value, so likely not to be a tremendous cost.
Well, we have several of these throughout the mountain region where developments have gone under, and we're picking off, you know, smaller tracts to try to add to existing game land, especially when they sit out right in the middle of it like that one is. I think it's something we ought to do. Comments?
I agree.
I move for approval.
Make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second, discussion, all in favor? Okay,
We'll move forward to our one and only phase two proposal today. That's the Rash Ayers Tract in Ashe County. This is a 24-acre property. It will be in addition to 3 Top Mountain Game Land. This is a partnership with Blue Ridge Conservancy, and this tract is adjacent to conservation work that the Nature Conservancy has done or is working towards for the Peterson Tract, which went to phase one in 2023. Access will be through Hardin Gilly Road. The acquisition will protect aquatic resources in the New River Basin and hardwood forest communities for habitat type. It's scored at 3.535. The score will go up for connectivity to adjacent game land, biodiversity, and public access. And the property appraised at $179,800. The acquisition plan is a Blue Ridge Conservancy Land and Water Fund grant at $87,000. And we propose to spend $90,000 of Pittman Robertson Wildlife Restoration Funds to acquire the tract with Blue Ridge Conservancy at $177,000. The stewardship and revenue estimates over the 5-year span include $3,400 for boundary establishment, parking area, and no total revenue over the 5-year span. Staff recommend phase two approval of the Rash Ayers Tract.
it looks like funding is good. This has come up before, and I think we approved it then. I don't know really what got mixed up and we didn't follow through with it, but we've approved this project. And so land water grants, application process, that's been approved. And then wildlife restoration, what is wildlife restoration fund?
PR dollars.
That's PR.
Yes, sir.
Okay, instead of PR, we call it, seems like it comes up PR sometimes it's wildlife restoration fund. Okay, as we discussed, it looks good. Yeah. Any guys, good? Any other comments? Okay, so moved.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
All right, we'll move forward to our 2 easement requests to review today. The first is a request from Dominion Energy at our Arlene Bailey Castle Game Land. The request includes a temporary construction easement as well as a small permanent easement, and that is more or less an expansion. This area currently has a natural gas pipeline running through it. Dominion currently holds a 50-foot permanent easement. They are coming through and installing a larger diameter natural gas pipeline at 30 to 36 inches, and that will require some additional staging area as they install temporary construction easement. And it will also lay outside the existing permanent easement footprint in the amount of 0.84 acres, and that's the permanent easement request that we're getting from them. And one other thing to note, the value of this easement, if approved at LAP committee in our meeting tomorrow, The value will be determined by state property office, and that will then be conveyed to Dominion Energy to pay before we record the easement.
Well, we discussed it and thought favorably of it. One of the things that it comes up is that, it will regenerate some of the early successional grasses that are cut right through the middle of our game land. We talked favorably of approving this, but it's one of those that, let's talk it through. I mean, there's some negatives to it, but I think at the end of the day, they get it anyway. Brad, thoughts?
Yeah, I'd certainly like to hear more discussion from those present on this easement and the one that comes up next.
The one that comes up next is be interesting discussion, but
But yeah, it is Castle Game Land where we're doing a lot of early successional habitat work. Currently, this pipeline right of way is not really close to that, but if they disturb a pipeline right of way, they're gonna create or rejuvenate early successional habitat.
I don't know if we've ever done this before, but can we go and ask them to, every couple of years, rejuvenate the early successional and whatever that might mean, to what our, habitat guys feel like they ought to do?
They probably mow it every few years.
They do, and that's probably all you need, but I'm just trying to think out loud of any advantage we could take of planting some annuals, beans and peas, and, or maybe something of that nature.
I think in terms of long-term maintenance of early successional habitat, that's likely something we would not ask of Dominion, but in terms of areas disturbed, if it requires replanting, I think we could ask them to come back with native seed mix. Now that's
That's just a thought. I don't know if it's imperative, but it'd be nice if they commit to something like that. Okay? Yes. Share a thought.
In that part of the state, are they more likely to mow, rights of way than, spray?
I'm not entirely sure.
I mean-
Don't speak to it,
The spraying can be okay, depends on what they're using, and get some good habitat work, in the east with spray.
but.
That's maybe targeted for woody stuff, which allows herbaceous stuff
Kelly,
to.
they'd much rather a landowner mow it. It's not, it's underground lines, they don't care about trees or anything else, to be honest with you, so. They monitor it once a year.
I know in other places
probably
where
gonna be
that,
mowed.
where the
Yeah,
gas
they'd much
pipeline.
rather the landowner mow it, take care of it, do what you wanna do with it. It's not like, I mean, these farmers that are farming right over top of it, because their feet, they're
Yeah.
ground, you're not gonna hit it, you're not gonna hurt it, you're not gonna, so.
They still need to make sure they've at least got a road along it to get access if there's a leak or any damage, but
In other places in Casville, farmers hay whatever underneath it, or excuse me, on top of it. That's what they do, but then there's this, it's a very hilly area, it is in the gullies and stuff. They do come by and mow it periodically, and I don't know that I ever remember them spraying it. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, is this part of the pipeline that was held up in the courts? Or is this a different pipeline, normal course of business? I'm just trying to.
I can't
It
answer,
don't matter,
I can't answer that.
Okay. You're good.
I don't think it is.
Okay. This is just a
That was a
normal
new
pipeline.
pipeline coming through, Rockingham County and then working back around and coming and actually skirted Guilford County. I can't remember the name, it's a natural gas line, but.
There's an existing pipeline there now,
Okay.
Mr. Bud, and they're just adding a bigger line beside it, basically, which is kind of the question I had for you then. We've got a 50-foot easement. They've already got a 50-foot easement there now, and I know you get a total number of acres, but how wide will the new easement be across there?
The permanent easement will still be 50 acres.
Still stay 50?
With the exception of what you see in the small inset map, and I know it's probably very blurry to y'all, but 0.84 acre area, that's the only area there will be a permanent easement.
Okay, the rest of it is just temporary for construction?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
very good. But again, to Commissioner Bud's point, we're not sure that it was, I mean, we suspect it's not because there's an existing pipeline there, but we don't know for sure that it wasn't part of that initial.
Correct.
The approved value of this easement will be determined by the state property office. That's just the way that works. Other than suggesting that we do some habitat work, I think we're good with it. Is that fair to say, committee? So,
Maybe clarify whether they will mow it, or I assume they're will enough to keep their access open, but
okay, well, let's make the motion as proposed, but with the caveat that they make a commitment to habitat enhancement and mowing, which I'm sure we're gonna do anyway. But anyway, let's get to Brad's suggestion.
I think most of the time what they'll do is they'll go in and if you ask for some sort of a native planting mix, something like that, sometimes they will do that initially. But after that, my experience and what I've seen.
They just let it grow.
They just.
I get that. They may say that they just don't do it and they can't figure out how to do it.
Yeah, so.
So do we wanna take that out or we wanna leave it in?
I'd take it out and just approve the easement. But I'd still ask a question if it is native planting initially.
Okay, don't make it subject to it, ask the question. Okay, fair enough. All right, let's move along here.
A motion approved.
Why don't you?
Move to approve.
Okay, so I hear a second. Any second? Any more discussion?
No,
All in favor? Aye. Motion passed.
just a quick FYI, Joe. Probably the pipeline that you're referring to is the natural gas pipeline that came down the east coast and it actually runs through a piece of property in Halifax County that I outlease. And the federal government bought the easement from the landowner, cleared, grubbed and graded the site, stalled the pipe, stopped the project, went back, took the dirt out, took the pipe out, put the land back just like it was. So spent all of those dollars for nothing.
Good point. Yeah. Okay, we're moving on to the last one here.
This is our final easement request. This is the TED Renewables easement request. This is for a transmission line, utility easement. The transmission line would supply a proposed solar farm that has not been permitted, approved, or installed. This is more or less TED Renewables doing some due diligence at the front end of their process. The easement length is approximately 2 miles in length, and it is 100 foot wide. The easement would impact approximately 24 acres of game land and would require timber clearing for the majority of the easement. And the proposed project site for that solar farm is right around 1,000 acres. Some other things to note, there is a dominion easement that runs through here currently. You can likely notice it somewhat in the map. The Oklahoma State Property Office that TED Renewables Company would require a separate easement, and it would basically lay adjacent to the majority of this dominion easement. One question that came up earlier in the week was these two roads that you see listed, one around the northwest, one around the northeast. One's 17 Road and one is called CC Road. These are both gangland roads and they're both gravel. Neither are paved roads. That was something we wanted to verify. And there is some concern that with installing additional lines, that always creates a hazard that we have to work around in our prescribed fire work. There are lines through the majority of this easement with commuting power, but if we could avoid that, I think that was one thing that was noted by staff. And I think it would be good to open it up for discussion.
Okay, summarize where we were yesterday, the day before, whatever. The way we understand this is that it's a transmission line coming from a solar farm. They're gonna make plenty of money and that they're gonna come in and erect how high transmission line? Pretty big one. You'd think it'd be on up there like some of the major power lines that we all see when we're hunting and running around. So is that fair to say? It's a big one. It's a big, big eyesore. Trying to rationalize this and having a reasonable discussion about it, I think there's two avenues. We kill this thing because of the aesthetic aspect of it, or we look to try to get enough return on it to make us, feel like it's a warm and fuzzy deal. I can't figure out how to make that because we, as a publicly run North Carolina agency, we can't sell or pay, but so much, and it's governed by the office. Now, sale is one thing, we can't sell, but we could maybe charge enough on an easement, which I don't really know whether that's governed by the state property office or not. I don't know that, the only way that personally that I would agree, if we can make $2 million, because they're gonna make $200 million on this thing, that would even entertain it. So I think that the committee was very cold on approving this, and based on those observations and facts. So, discussion.
I just looked up on Land Glide, the dark green unshaded part to the right of the map is part of that Weyerhaeuser tract that's 5,200 acres. So the solar farm is gonna be 1,000 acres of that. I was gonna ask if we could find out where solar farm is going, because that was another part of our earlier discussion about just the impact of 1,000 acre solar farm in what's now probably forest land.
Given the path of this easement, step away from the mic a minute, but the substation that they're trying to get to is here. The proposed solar farm would be in that direction, being the Weyerhaeuser is there, there's potential for that. But we were not able to confirm that with the project representative. And one other thing that I forgot to mention, alternative routes, that question was posed to the project representative. And we heard that we are the one landowner route that would essentially allow the transmission line to pass through one landowner to get to the proposed solar farm. And I think there's potential for it to go north of the game land to loop around and come back down to proposed solar farm. But in terms of alternative routes, from what we can gather, we believe we're the first stop and we're the one owner path for the company to have their transmission line to the destination with one owner.
Yeah. Has anybody had a conversation with Bertie County to see what their stance is? I mean, I got to believe this is a fairly big deal for them. And if they want it and we stand in their way, a couple representatives get involved and here you go. I mean, 1,000 acre solar farm is a big bygone solar farm. So I got to believe Bertie County's either saying, heck yeah, this is great, or they're saying, hey, we ain't never gonna approve this. So then it's kind of a mute issue, because again, they've come to us without approvals or permits or anything to see whether we will or won't. I'd be real curious what Bertie County has to say about it before I worried about much of anything, if it were me.
Well, David, the same thing's going on down in Pender County. They're trying to put that 1,000 there. They voted that thing down many times.
Right, and
So
that's what
it's-
I'm saying, I mean, if the county commissioners are not in favor of this,
Yeah.
it probably isn't going to be a mute issue for us, I mean, so.
Tom,
Please.
the bigger issue here too, folks, we're gonna take a long view here. This state's growing fast, it's growing rapidly. We have game lands, we just went through what we bought a piece of land for in Asheville after we looked at 10 other properties. And we're getting squeezed from all over the state with the growth that we're having, this accelerated quarters. And we have this land in our inventory for a reason, that's protected, and protect the resources. We've had this in Pender County, we've had this in Onslow County, we've had it in Richmond County, and we have it here where these companies are coming to get big easements. And I just think we need to, long-term, realize why we have these game lands, why they're in our inventory, and look very, very hard before we give it 23 acres around the border aesthetics, that has, you know, that compromises the border. And I think one thing that we need to do, and then, Ben, you mentioned it in the Richland County project, had the same question, and they've already dumped it. Because we need to show, and we got it in now with, city of Salisbury, where the request there, that we talked about in Wilmington, is there an alternative? You know, and you just mentioned a very key point there. Ours, they were the first stop, but if there's an alternative, so they've got to go through 3 other tracts of land and pay for it a lot more than they could get it from us. That's not our concern. Our concern is for preservation of our game lands. We see how hard they are to come by, how much we, you know, and we have got a commitment to our land trust, that when we get these lands, that we're going to protect them and conserve them. And I think long-term view, and one thing I've seen out of this commission since I've been here, they take a very damn view of taking lightly these kind of easements and the precedent that you see. And that's the key thing that I think we all need to keep in mind when you look at our mission statement out there on the wall. And why we have these lands and why we work so hard for it. And so I would definitely not be in favor of this easement. One, the precedent, the size of it, and what do you say to the next? That's my pick, Brad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Looking at the maps on Land Glide, it looks like a more direct route from the Weyerhaeuser land to the substation would cross 2 other landowners, plus a much shorter easement across our game lands, where there is not already an existing road, so they would have to cut their way across that. That may actually facilitate our prescribed fire if they did that. But, yeah, I tend to agree with Monty. This is disrupting too much of our hard-earned game lands. I'd not be in favor of it.
Well, if that's a 5,000 acre warehouse site, tell them you'll trade them 24 for 5.
That's right.
That's what I think.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like.
Mitigate, boy. I mean, listen, if you're sitting around this table and you go deer hunting, I think power line's the best place in the world to go. I mean, so I'm not against it for what they're gonna do. Because honestly, yeah, I mean, maybe it's pain for burning around it, but it opens up some real good hunting opportunities to have that much open land versus woods. But again, I think we're so early in this equation. I mean, if Bertie County says no, all this is a new issue. I mean, it doesn't matter. So I'd tell them to come back to us or go see Bertie County and see what the county commissioners say down there. And don't waste a lot of time and energy. If they say it's not gonna happen, then move on.
Of this 2-mile request, a very short distance is along a paved highway, and most of it is along, as Ben said, gravel roads on our game lands. It would just open up those along a road, which isn't as good as having it go through forest as far as creating a huntable opening.
Be a good place for tier 3,
One last comment, I do think there's some distinction between a public utility and a private company, and I think
Yeah.
we need to draw that distinction pretty
Yeah,
dramatically.
that's correct. That is correct.
Another question we had that Tom Berry mentioned was the state property office would negotiate the price for this. Is that just a floor and we could ask for more than that? Or is that set the ceiling as well as the floor for a low price?
So the current process, if an easement is approved, that's going to state property, and they set a value either based on appraisal, they'll order appraisal times. If they have comps for the area, say this was $2,000 an acre, they'll multiply that by the area of the easement and develop the price that way. But typically, once it's approved here, within the lab committee and the board tomorrow, we don't have much say. And we will hear what the value is set at, but as we currently operate, it's very much.
So we don't have any negotiating ability as far as price. It's just take it or leave it, what the state property office says.
if we sell it, who gets the money, us or the state?
It comes back to us in the form of an easement payment. And we deposit it just kind of into a general land acquisition cost center account. So currently, we don't negotiate. I think even if we did, there would be very little wiggle room, just like when we're trying to purchase property that raises for 100,000. Typically, we pay 100,000, if not small margin there north.
Well, if we could negotiate, the alternative is what it would cost them to run the more direct route and have to negotiate with two other private property owners that have a lot more negotiating room.
So this has been one of the first times that I've ever seen us come in with potential to negotiate a much higher price in a public utility easement. And I understand how the values there go, but this 1,000 acres, I mean, these guys truly are gonna make millions, and why we couldn't negotiate, if we went that route, why we couldn't negotiate a bigger number. But that's for another discussion, but I would think that we could. Anyway, so, I guess this is interesting, so we're gonna make I'd like to make a motion that we disapprove this request, and that but that not pending the disapproval, but we do contact Bertie County. I think David made a good point there. We need to know that. We can always bring it back if they want to, but the way it's presented right now, I would vote that we disapprove. So, there's a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Discussion. All in favor? Motion carries. So,
Motion to disapprove.
to disapprove, the motion carries to disapprove. That was the motion. Okay, done. All right, we're a couple minutes over, sorry.
Y'all done?
Yeah, yeah, right. So all in favor of closing this meeting down?
Give me your little chunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Here you go. Can we go ahead, Joe? Okay. I'm getting my directions from Margot. She's my boss. Okay. Okay, we're gonna call to order the meeting of the Habitat, Non-Game and Endangered Species Committee. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. Margo, roll call.
Going to do a roll call for Habitat Non-Game Endangered Species Committee members. Committee Chair Kelly Davis.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Landon Zimmer. Committee Member Tommy Fomble.
Here.
Committee Member Brad Standback.
Here.
Committee Member Hayden Rogers. Committee Member John Alexander. Ex officio members Chairman Monty Crump.
Here.
And Vice Chairman Mark Craig.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Okay, great. I'd like to start off by calling on Dr. Schweitzer.
Okay, thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to Commissioner Seegers for passing around the annual report. Wanted y'all to know what we've been up to in the wildlife diversity and aquatic wildlife diversity programs in 2023. I'm going to start off with information about the listed species conservation plans, specifically the sea turtle conservation plans. These, of course, are required by General Statute 113-333B for each of our listed species. And during the April meeting, we presented the sea turtle conservation plan to you, plus Sarah Finn gave a great overview of all the work that WRC and over 2,000 volunteers and many partners are doing for sea turtles in North Carolina. Also, during that meeting in April, you all approved us to distribute the plan to the public for public review. So we did immediately after that meeting release the plan for public review for 30 days. And we did receive comments on the plan as in response. And you all got a copy of the Sea Turtle Conservation Plan post-review before this meeting. We received 458 responses to the survey. but about 304 of those didn't provide a comment. But 154 people did comment on the plan, and 91% approved the plan. Only 2% opposed it, and 7% were neutral to the plan. And that copy of the plan after this review is Exhibit G. There were no substantive comments to the plan that changed it significantly, but we did have some minor edits to the plan, including some changes in terminology. We added a couple sentences to better explain how WRC increases public awareness of sea turtle conservation needs. And conservation measures on Figure 8 Island that are enforced by the HOA administrator were added to the table in the plan and in the text. We were able to get that information. Do you all have any questions or discussion on the sea turtles conservation plan?
Yeah, I'm also on the aquarium commission for the state, and one of the things, and we just had a meeting several weeks ago, and they're making a big effort on sea turtles as well, and I just wanna make sure, they said that we're working very well together, but somehow or another, I didn't get an over exuberant feeling that there was a lot of liaisoning going on, so I'd just like to make sure that, you know, it makes no sense for me that each agency be doing their own thing. We need to combine those efforts. Where we're compatible, those efforts need to be combined and work together to maximize effort. That's all I'm interested in. So I just hope we continue to reach out to them and work together with the aquarium group as well.
Yeah, they've been very helpful in helping the stranded turtles. We have to take in some of the stranded turtles to rehab. So I'll make that note as well, just to make sure that we're partnering with them as much as possible.
Yeah, they're open to it, and they do a lot with rescue turtles as well, so I mean, that's a big deal.
Yeah. That's good.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Okay, yeah, so, we need a motion to approve it to take it to commission.
So, motion to take the sea turtles conservation plan to the full commission tomorrow for a vote. We have a motion and a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries, okay. Okay, NWAC?
All right, thank you. Yeah, so next thing I wanted to talk about quickly is membership on the Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Committee. And this advisory committee was established under General Statute 113-335 in the late 1980s to provide advice to the commission on non-game conservation matters, the protected animals list, and conservation programs. Each year, 5 of the 15 members of the committee are considered for reappointment or replacement. Nominations from the public were solicited from March 20th through April 19th, 2024. The nomination period and process were announced through a press release posted on the WRC website and on social media. We received 7 nominations, which included 5 requests for reappointment. Exhibit D provides information on nominations and those who requested reappointment to the committee. After looking through the nominations and requests for reappointment, staff recommends reappointing the 5 NWAC members for another 3-year term. Are there any questions about the nomination process or nominees?
Who chairs that committee now, Sarah?
Lane Sauls is the chair.
Well, this will be voted on in the full
Yes.
meeting tomorrow. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, next up is Rachel Hogue.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm here to present on a reintroduction proposal for Carolina Hill Splitter using our programmatic safe harbor agreement. A little bit of background on the Carolina Hill Splitter. This is a federally endangered species. It is known from the Carolinas, both North Carolina and South Carolina. It was listed in 1993. It also holds a state status of endangered, and today we're here to talk about a reintroduction into the Stevens Creek, which is part of the Yadkin River Basin. We do not anticipate any regulatory burden associated with this action because we'll be conducting these activities under the Safe Harbor Agreement. A little bit about the historical and current distribution of the Carolina Hill Splitter. It's known from the Catawba and the PD drainages in North Carolina. The red here is the unoccupied area and the blue represents the current occupied areas. It's also known from the Saluda and the Savannah, the Catawba, and the PD in South Carolina. To date, zooming in a little bit sooner, to date, there's really only 10 populations of this species left in its historical range. In North Carolina, our primary activities have been focused on the Goose, 6 Mile, and Waxhaw Creek areas of the Catawba and the PD. In fact, we've done augmentations of this species through work with NC State University as well as our Marion Conservation Aquaculture Center. We've been holding broodstocks for this species for a long time and then doing augmentations. I'm going to zoom in here on Goose Creek because that's the primary focus of today's proposal. This is a 12-digit HUC of the Goose Creek watershed. The kind of gray, reddish color here represents the occupied area of this watershed, and the pink lines represent the critical habitat for this species. The triangles represent areas in which we've been doing augmentations since 2014, but to date, we have had 0 recaptures on these species from our augmentation efforts. The blue area represents our proposed reintroduction area. We've been approached by the Stevens Creek Nature Center in Mecklenburg County, and they have done a significant stream restoration and are interested in partnering with us to reintroduce Carolina Hill Splitter. Staff have done significant surveys since 1999, and we are Carolina Hill Splitters detected in the blue area. So this is the proposed reintroduction area for Carolina Hill Splitter, and the yellow represents the parcel for the Stevens Creek Nature Center, and the red represents the sites in which we would want to put the species back. To do this, we're going to propose to stock 500 Carolina Hill Splitters in 2022. These individuals are coming to us from the South Carolina DNR and their Carolina Hill Splitter propagation. We no longer have broodstocks of the PD drainage at our facility. The source will be the Lynches in the Flat Creek in South Carolina. We plan to pit tag these, use genetics to track the progeny as well as paw print tags, and these will be annually monitored in the fall every year with the Stevens Creek Nature Center staff. And this is just the reintroduction proposal. Because this is being conducted under a safe harbor agreement, there are additional actions that we would want to take prior to stocking. So first, we were going to submit the reintroduction plan to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for final review and adoption. We're going to enroll at least one property owner through a property owner management agreement and certificate of inclusion into the safe harbor agreement. And then, of course, ahead of any stocking, conduct targeted outreach with the community, stakeholders, and public. And at this time, I can answer any questions, but staff do recommend approval of this reintroduction proposal to pursue reintroduction of Carolina Hill Splitter in the Goose Creek watershed.
Quick, you had mentioned in the areas of reintroduction back when that we haven't had any successful recaptures since then. So do we know what some of the main causes might be of why the initial decline took place?
So that area has had increases in development and urbanization, and the streams are highly degraded. In fact, we first started working with Carolina Hill Splitter with NC State University in about 2007 because the streams were running dry. So it was a rescue operation to get animals into the hatchery, at which point we started doing propagation. And the streams have continued to degrade. There's been easements put into place, but it's just runoff, canalization, sedimentation that have continued to degrade that stretch of habitat.
Thank you, that's helpful. And then the streams that we're looking to do another reintroduction effort, that is suitable habitat presently?
That is suitable habitat. So almost 1,500 freshwater mussels have been stocked into this restored. They did a major stream restoration on the property of Stevens Creek Nature Preserve, and we stocked over 1,500 common species, and we've had really great recapture and survival rates of those animals to date.
And I gather then that the areas around these new reintroduction areas are protected to the degree that we don't expect degradation of those streams in the future anytime soon? Is that kind of what our thinking is, or?
It is on property of a nature preserve, so they do take, the stewardship of that property seriously. There is a couple of housing developments, but the entirety of the stream, since the stream restoration is on their property, and so they can kind of help maintain the banks. And, the restoration has been quite successful and is currently supporting freshwater mussels, so we hope it will continue.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Yes, absolutely.
How big are we putting in?
So, this is what they look like, the size here, so those are about 20 millimeters or so, they'll be like 20 to 25 millimeters when they go in, enough that we hopefully can support, they can support a tag for recapture.
What is that in America?
Oh,
Small.
it's about the size of your thumb, so it's about an inch, inch and a half.
Just a quick follow-up with Commissioner Ruffin. I assume that even with all this development and everything, they're maintaining the viability of the riparian barriers along the streams?
That's the goal with the restoration. It was a multi-million-dollar restoration. And so they're hoping to maintain the integrity of the riparian zone and the stream.
But some of that was destroyed in the development. Is that why the reason you've got to rebuild it?
That's a good question.
And if not, why has somebody been held accountable for that? That's an
Also,
even better question.
I don't know if the development itself, I just know that there's a lot of high-density developments in that upper portion of the watershed. And over time, this whole watershed has seen the impacts of rapid urbanization. And the Stevens Creek is in the upper portion of the watershed, if you look at this map, and they own significant river frontage. And so they're kind of able to correct some of the wrongs and maintain it. But these are great questions. I'm not sure I have the answer for you.
Well, I would hope that we continue to emphasize in every county of the state the importance of those riparian barriers when they're issuing permits.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and this area has significant conservation easements already in the riparian zone, both within this like blue section. There's conservation easements along the riparian zone here, and then the whole critical habitat has conservation easements as well. So we can, continue to look with partners and promote that message.
Good point, Wes.
Thank you.
Briefly, is stream restoration largely bank work?
It was reconstructing the channel. The channel had moved significantly, so it was actually realigning the channel. They used an innovative technique using these geocells specifically targeted for mussel restoration, where they sunk these to kind of stabilize the bottom of the stream bed, and then also revegetating the riparian zone.
The Nature Center has a pretty big investment already.
They do, and they also have a 5-foot-tall Carolina heel splitter statue, which is maybe the largest Messin, American.
Thank you.
Well, so,
Carolina heel splitter.
so we need to vote to approve the plan and send it to the full commission. Is there any discussion about voting against the statute?
It won't have to, y'all have, this committee has.
Has authority.
Has the authority.
Okay, so this is, we're gonna vote to approve this, the reintroduction plan. Any more discussion? No, you got something? No? Okay. A second from Commissioner Ruffin, or,
I'm not on the committee, but I'll second it.
wait, wrong fellow.
I'll
Okay,
second.
second it, okay. All those approve of, support approving this reintroduction plan, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think next up is Cindy Simpson.
And just for clarification, Mr. Commission, you'll notice Mark and I are being roll call today as ex officio members, and the reason that is the case is we're ex officio members, chairman, vice chairman. If we have a need to fill in to have a quorum for a committee meeting, that's what we're doing. So it's not common procedure, but we had business we had to transact.
Thank you for your service.
And for yours.
I'm Cindy Simpson, I'm the Wildlife Action Plan Coordinator. I'm gonna give you a very quick, brief update on what we're doing to revise our plan. Our plan follows several federal requirements. One of those is to revise it, comprehensive review and revision every 10 years. So we're in the process of doing that. We are following other federal requirements to address content for 8 required elements and working with diverse partners and the public to help inform those priorities. We also incorporate recommendations that are considered voluntary from AFLA and CEQA on best practices such as incorporating climate change and using the standard language for threats, identifying threats and talking about them in our plan. So our primary focus so far has been for our taxa teams, which are comprised of species experts from our agency, education partners, museums, private consulting firms, and others that have some level of knowledge about the species. We've been working to identify conservation priorities for them through our process, and all of that information is described in our action plan in Appendix F, that's our methodology, and then Appendix G is our list of species of greatest conservation need, and that's what we're in the process of updating. So far, the crayfish taxa team has finished and made all of their recommendations for our priorities. Terrestrial snails has been finished, and aquatic snails is getting ready to wrap up too. We have 5 other taxa teams that are coming into the home stretch. We hope to have all of that finished by the end of June so that the final priority list of species can be shared in July. The other part of the revision process that's a major component, of course, is the chapter content. We spent a good bit of time in 2015 organizing and formatting our plan to make it easier to update into the future. So at this point, only the text that needs to be changed will be swapped out so that we update our document. Anything that hasn't changed or doesn't need to be updated will stay the same. Our updates include that, the biggest part of the update includes that list of SGCN. And I'm working with our partners at Heritage Program and the Department of Agriculture Plant Conservation Program to incorporate new information on our plant SGCN list. In 2022, we added through Addendum 2 a list of plants, and that was in preparation for the anticipated RAWA passage at the federal level that would give us extra money, and we're still waiting on that. And then another major effort is we are working with the Southeast Conservation Adaptation Strategy, that's the old LCCs, to incorporate a new conservation opportunity area tool. So our previous tool that we used in our 2015 plan is no longer supported. There are a lot of issues with that, and so we're working with CCAS to develop this new GIS-based analysis tool. It's very similar to what they are working with the state of Georgia and state of South Carolina, so we'll get some the benefit of landscape edge matching for that. We're currently going through some peer review internally with our technical team, which is senior staff biologists, looking at making sure we are considering all the different GIS layers that need to be incorporated. And so once we have that finished product, we'll be able to align that with CEQA state efforts. We're also in the process of applying outreach and planning for some virtual workshops. So I've been sending out e-blast flyers, and they're all on the Wildlife Action Plan website if you want to take a look at them. This is an example. Each one addresses a specific topic, and it goes out to a partner list, an email list that I've developed over time. So far we've sent out 5 of them. I'm also planning to do virtual workshops with partners, and we'll be hosting those on Friday mornings, Zoom. And I'm anticipating, I had wanted to start them in June, but I may have to push that to the 1st of July afterwards. There's just a lot of moving parts to coordinate and get everything together. And that'll also be promoted to the public and partners through virtual flowers and requests. So that's where we are right now. It's a lot of moving parts, a lot of things going on. We're shooting for the deadline of September 30th, 2025. So backing up from that, there are various public outreach, NWAC, peer review, Hinges committee review and approval, and then the commission approval that we have to schedule. So.
Excellent update. Any comments? It's a big undertaking. Superpowers put into work. Thank you. Okay, Shannon.
I'm not sure yet. That's next. Good morning. I will be covering the next 2 agenda items. And the first one is the Thomas L. Quay Wildlife Diversity Award for 2024. Each of the Hinges members should have received an email from Margot last week with nominee information for the 2024 Thomas L. Quay Wildlife Diversity Award. And each committee member was invited to review the information and cast a vote before today's committee meeting. And as a little reminder, this is an annual award that's been given by the Wildlife Commission since 2006, and it recognizes an individual or an organization with outstanding contributions to wildlife diversity conservation within North Carolina. Nominations were accepted from the public from February through March 31st this year, and we received 10 nominations for consideration. All nominations were first considered by the Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Committee at their May business meeting, and they recommended 3 of the most deserving nominees for this committee to consider. Once a recipient is approved by the full board, we expect to host an award presentation during a 2024 commission business meeting in coordination with the recipient. So based on votes that were submitted by committee members, the 2024 recommended recipient is Wilson Laney. And so staff is recommending that Hinges request board approval for their selection during the committee report outs tomorrow.
Okay.
Is there any questions about the process or anything else?
We had 3 worthy candidates to choose from.
I will say that's what I heard, that it was a tough choice this year.
It was. That's, so you need us to approve the recommendation that,
That's up to
You already
you.
voted on it.
okay, we're done. Any comments? Okay,
Question.
choice, yes.
Remind us what the Thomas Quay criteria is again. I mean, I remember, but I don't remember all
Well,
of it.
I think Shannon mentioned it. Do you want to go into a little bit more detail?
I'm happy to. I was hoping that there were notebooks on the desk. Oh, crap. So there are guidelines that we try to follow, just to make sure we're consistent. It is a little bit different than the small game award, but trying to make sure the 2 awards, the process is a little similar. But as far as the recipient selection, it can be given, or nominations can be received for an individual or an organization. It needs to be for actions within the state that are positive and significant for North Carolina wildlife diversity or non-game resources. It recognizes achievements by volunteers or professionals over a long period of time, so not a one-action success. And then eligible achievements may be conservation of non-game fish, wildlife, or their habitats, focused on a single species, a community, especially species or habitats as identified in the North Carolina Wildlife Action Plan. Any nomination received for individuals who are employees at any point during the nomination period will be excluded from voting consideration that year, but they can be carried forward for 2 years in the event that they are not an employee within that time period.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Feel free to
Proceed.
look at this if anyone wants ideas for another year's nomination. We're always looking for good nominees to consider. Okay, so the next item is, I want to highlight a project that the agency received for a grant award. So in recent years, you may or may not be aware that there's been an increased opportunity for habitat-specific work with a focus on a regional and landscape scale benefits. So some of you may have heard of America the Beautiful. It is funded through federal funding with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. So the America the Beautiful Challenge specifically is a partnership between the federal government, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, as well as public and private sector partners who provide grants to support landscape scale conservation projects. It's 5-year funding, and then the 3-year application period just closed. So the type of projects that they're looking for is they want it to benefit at-risk species. They want it to expand habitat connectivity, provide a range of ecosystem services, strengthen ecosystem and community resilience, engage local communities through outreach or education, and advance Sentinel landscape partnership priorities. So we worked hard to identify a project that would check as many of those boxes as possible. From year one, we applied for, many people in this room helped us apply for several projects, and we got 0. So year 2, we came up with a new strategy and to see if we would be effective or not. So there has been a regional effort in the Southeast among the Southeast Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies with the Wildlife Diversity Technical Committee to look at wildlife action plans, species of greatest conservation need, and look across the entire Southeast to figure out which species cross state lines, how can we have an impact region-wide instead of state specifically. So they collaborated to identify these shared Southeast species, created a priority list, many of these species on this subset of a list. And for this project specifically, we tried to identify the species that occurred in longleaf pine ecosystem and also overlapped with southeastern Sentinel landscapes. So you may not have heard what a Sentinel landscape is, or maybe you've heard it and you're really not sure what it is. The Sentinel Landscape Partnership is a coalition of federal agencies, state and local governments, and non-governmental organizations that work with local landowners and land managers such as ourselves to advance sustainable land use practices around military installations and ranges. So this map will show you the 5 Sentinel landscapes across the Southeast. They include North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. Florida has 2 Sentinel landscapes. So for the project that we identified, occur in, across all 4 states and hits these project objectives. But the take home for you guys is that the project proposal was proposed for $2.5 million across all 4 states. So each state would split that evenly. The initial requirement for the funding was that it had to have a 10% match, but because it was on Sentinel landscapes, Department of Defense kicked in funding, so the match has been waived. We can use that funding as the match. So now I'm just going to go into a bit more detail about the type of activities that were proposed and then tell you what North Carolina plans to do. So like I said, we wanted to focus on longleaf pine and wetland restoration. So the activities that the 4 states could select from would include prescribed burns and longleaf pine plantings, establishing connectivity from uplands through ephemeral wetlands, and restoration activities to reduce hazardous fuels. And then another one was to work on some understory habitat. A lot of longleaf pine projects do not have a focus on the understory development in order to encourage species biodiversity. So we were creating and restoring native herbaceous plants endemic to the longleaf pine stands. And then we also wanted to focus on aquatic habitats, so assessing road crossings and culverts using the Southeast Aquatic Resource Partnership tool, and then inform, usually for these fundings, it needs to be shovel ready. So a lot of times you don't have the assessment money to get the shovel ready part. So for this project, we put in a small portion to be able to do some of these assessments so that we could apply for future funding for the remediation efforts. So, like I said, seeking funding in the future to aid in decreasing future flooding and debris jams, but also improve aquatic connectivity. And then lastly, one of the other major things they want to make sure you include is outreach and education. So we were going to utilize some of these sites that we work on lands as a demonstration sites and an education resource for private landowners and the surrounding community, and also have workshops and guided tours. So this is the variety of participation from all 4 states across the activities, and just showing you this to give you a flavor of the fact that every state's doing a different mix of those activities. And so for North Carolina, we will be concentrating on private lands. So our goal is to have a controlled burns on 750 acres. For example, that we have identified abandoned golf course in Bladen County, and with the intent to convert it to longleaf pine forest through prescribed burns, some seedling plantings, and understory development. We're also going to be working with private landowners to collect seed stock to help us learn on propagation of rare pollinator species, and then also engage landowners to establish pollinator habitat on an estimated 200 acres. And evaluate crossings for aquatic passage on 800 road crossings on game lands and other opportunity areas where we've identified rare or at-risk species. And then we're projecting about 6 workshops that we would conduct. So just to give a snapshot of what some of the other states are doing, they're also doing prescribed fire. They plan to concentrate more on public lands instead of private lands. They're restoring wetlands and planting seedlings, and also doing pollinator habitat in South Carolina. And in Florida, on their 2 Sentinel landscapes, they mainly plan to focus on prescribed fire on over 10,000 acres and restore wetland habitat and treat invasive species. And then in Georgia, they're planning to treat or prescribe burn 30,000 acres, restore wetlands, and have 4 outreach events. So the total impact of the project, when you look at it in total, is over 42,000 acres of prescribed fire, habitat restoration for over 300 acres of wildlife pine, 500 acres of pollinator habitat, 100 acres of wetlands, and then aquatic connectivity of 800 culverts for improved passage, and 12 workshops and outreach events for the public. So just as far as project status, working with America the Beautiful is challenging, but we are at the point where we're at compliance for environmental compliance across 4 states, which I don't have to tell you how difficult that is, but we're hoping for the start date of the project to be July 1st. So I will take any questions if there are any, but I'll just add that there are several other habitat projects that we're doing within the agency with other funding as well, and I'm looking forward to giving updates on those at some future meeting.
These funds come on a reimbursement basis?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, if you don't have any questions, I want to note that Shannon was our featured speaker at the Wildlife Habitat Foundation Extravaganza this past February, and she did an excellent job talking about all the things that she does with endangered species and habitat restoration. Special note, nice job.
Thank you.
Noted that, looked like North Carolina's involvement, or the breadth of the work was probably the most comprehensive of the states. So nice job on that.
Well, we were pushing for expanding work with private landowners. It's an interest in North Carolina. I'm not sure that other states are there, but this funding provided the opportunity to do that.
Excellent.
Good job.
Comments, okay, ask Rachel Hope to introduce our next speaker.
Great. I've cleared the barriers. So it is my honor to introduce Chris Eads, and I'd also like to ask Dr. Greg Cope to maybe stand. These two speakers have been long-time collaborators with the North Carolina Wildlife Resources Commission, and much of the success of the Conservation Aquaculture Center in Marion, North Carolina can be attributed to these two gentlemen here. So Dr. Cope is a distinguished professor at NC State. He's been there for over 27 years. And his research has primarily focused on toxicology research, ecological research, on freshwater mussels, and has worked on everything from zebra mussels to native mussels and freshwater fishes. And he helps us in all things climate change, pollutions, and threats on these species. He now serves as the director of the new Yates Mill Aquatic Conservation Center. And to my right here, this is Chris Eads. Chris Eads has over 20 years in with North Carolina State University and is one of our first freshwater mussel propagators in the state. Chris has run the freshwater mussel propagation research for NC State and has conducted research on multiple life history studies and worked with almost all of the freshwater mussels in North Carolina and has really informed us on what we do. And is a longtime friend, mentor, and colleague. He now serves as the Assistant Director of the Yates Mill Aquatic Conservation Center. So they're here today to give us an update on this new facility and what the potential collaboration and research it will hold for us. So thank you both.
Thank you, Rachel. I just want to say it's great to be here. So many familiar faces in the room, and we're excited about this and happy to talk to anybody after.
Thank you, Rachel and Greg, and thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak with you about our new facility. And we are located just about 10 minutes south of here. And so if anyone wants a tour, please look me up and we'll take you through there. So as Rachel mentioned, we've been doing this a while, but in a much smaller setting. These are some of the things that we've been up to. I've been working on determining host fishes of the Atlantic slope mussels. We helped test the North Carolina Wildlife Commission hatcheries for suitability for growing mussels. You see there in the upper right-hand corner, that is the first Marion Conservation Aquaculture Center, plastic totes on a folding table in a Tupperware shed back in 2005. That's where we've come from. The Wildlife Commission has obviously done a fantastic job of taking that baton and running with it. We have helped release thousands of threatened and endangered mussels into the wild through the Wildlife Commission. We're working to improve rearing techniques, and we've helped evaluate stocking techniques, so we really do work hand in hand with commission biologists. This new facility represents a serious upgrade from where we were. That is our old facility there in the top right. So we've worked over the past 20 years that we've been doing this, worked out of 3 different tin cans on the vet school campus, using just City of Raleigh water. Dechlorinating that has its own challenges, and our grow out is on a part of the lake near here, just using floating baskets. And so those things I listed before this is what we've been, this is what we were working with. And so now we have a much improved facility. This is at the historic Yates Mill Pond County Park here in Wake County. It was mostly used from existing space, but there has been significant renovation and additional construction. So now we're looking at 4,400 square feet of propagation and research space. And now just the building that houses our pumps and filters is larger than the lab we were working from. And of course, the pond water is the key to growing mussels having that wild water. So origin and funding of our facility. The funding came from the NCDOT. That came from a lawsuit settlement over the completion of the I-540 over Swift Creek, which is home to 5 federally listed species. That funding operational funding is managed by the Wildlife Commission. There were $3.9 million that were managed by Wake County for the renovation and construction. That was completed just last year. There have been 3 of us that have been located there for a year, doing plumbing, setting up systems for holding animals, and the like, and we've just begun propagation recently, just about 3 months ago. We've received an additional $8.5 million for operation and additional research over 10 years. And as I mentioned, we have currently 3 full-time staff and some undergrad interns that are helping the day-to-day. This is our mission. We are, as a partner, helping to conserve North Carolina's imperiled aquatic species through propagation, research, education, and public outreach. So what began as just looking for a better space to do mussel propagation and rearing here in the eastern half of the state has really, as we've been going, become to blossom into something that has really great potential. And I'm hoping we'll even further our partnerships here with the commission. So just what our mission looks like, propagation. We'll be helping to rear freshwater mussels in the eastern half of the state, as the Marion Center covers the western half of the state. We'll be propagating some of the most endangered, like the dwarf wedge mussel, the yellow lance, the Atlantic pigtoe, but also other species that are on the state wildlife action plan. This year, we've been propagating 3 species from the Deep River that have state listings. We're one of the 3 captive populations of the magnificent ram's horn snail. And in the future, we hope to expand to raising rare fishes like the Carolina manatom or broadtail manatom as we are guided along by our oversight committee, of which I would say the commission is really the driving force behind guiding where we go on a day-to-day and year-to-year basis. Research, this is some of the research we're doing in improving mussel rearing. We're doing in vitro propagation, which is essentially bypassing host fish by using petri dishes and cell culture techniques to propagate mussels. We're doing groundbreaking research there. We do also research into the life history of mussels. We're partnering with the commission and with Heather Evans, the commission biologist, to do genetic research into establishing genetic tags for stocked mussels. We have other grad students doing freshwater mussel health, and all again continuing to partner with the commission. Yearly, we'll have undergraduate interns that are learning. We're hoping to be, help raise up the next generation of biologists. We have grad students doing research there, and we'll also be hosting NCSU classes from time to time. We conduct tours. We have various public educational displays in the park. Being at the park provides us a great opportunity to have a public face, to educate the public on the importance of these resources. We're hoping to increase the tours that we bring through. And we have a website, and we're hoping to be building this as an educational resource for the public. And then I'll just end with a brief photographic tour of our facility. This is where our water comes in. We're using Yates Mill Pond. We have the ability to pump up to 400 gallons a minute, filtered down to 25 microns. All our outflow is also filtered to 25 microns and UV sterilized. This is what some of the inside looks like. We have space for snail rearing and research. We have doing juvenile mussel rearing. We have a classroom that's used for meetings and beginning for tours and other things like that. This is an in vitro propagation laboratory. Our fish space for quarantine, for mussel propagation. We have room to grow still. We're not quite finished completion, as I mentioned, in hopes of propagating additional rare fishes. And so far, things are going well. We've been rearing mussels for about 3 months now. Survival of the new juveniles has been good. It's encouraging to see. And I think that's about all I have to say right now. I'd be happy to take any questions if there are time.
We have time. Any questions and comments?
The only comment I would make is, several of us have had an opportunity to go to Marion, and it's a little off the beaten path up there, we saw that. But having this facility this close to such a high population center of this state, I mean, a magazine article or some way to get the word out about this and opportunities for classroom and education, with something right here this close, I would say that that would be something we definitely need to present. And I keep shaking your head, Rachel, and I agree, I'm glad you agree.
Yeah.
But I do think that's important, because Marion is phenomenal. I left there as a heck of an experience. I think it was for all of us. That's where you see the magnificent Ram ownership mail. You know, we saw that story and everything else, but I just think we need to do a little promo on this, and get folks exposed to it.
It would be, I think, great if before one of our next meetings, maybe the July or October meeting,
Set up
if
a
on
tour.
that Tuesday, or, you know, before everybody could come in the afternoon and we can go right over, so. Something like that, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Coe, and, Eads, for all you're doing to, you know, bring the Marion expertise to Eastern North Carolina. It's a great partnership. This is exciting, yeah.
Could you say a little bit more about bypassing the host species and how that works? Whether that's working?
Right, so I think you probably all know that the freshwater mussel larvae have to attach to the gills or fins of the fish where they undergo metamorphosis. We can use modified cell culture techniques instead of a fish host. With certain species, it seems like that may actually work well in terms of being able to produce more mussels easier. So we'll use a variety of growth media and mammalian serum. We'll be able to, if you come on tour, we can show it to you in person. I don't have the photos here, but essentially we're taking the larvae, the Glaucidia, from the female mussels, and instead of attaching them to a fish, we're putting them in a liquid medium, in a petri dish, and into an incubator. All of the work is done in a very sterile environment, so it's quite different from the other half of the hatchery, which is, you know, pond water and mud and things like that. So in the sterile environment, these mussels, the larvae, are undergoing this metamorphosis in a petri dish or culture flask in an incubator. And then they're transitioned we can monitor the development under a microscope. Once they're fully developed and transformed, we'll slowly transition them to fresh water, and then they begin their lives as a freshwater mussel, the same as their counterparts would as coming off of a fish.
Imagine you have much higher throughput once all the kinks are worked out.
That's the idea. And part of our research in that area is to just work out the kinks. Some species do better than others, some hatches do better than others, so we're trying to just, you know, continue to get better at that and refine that technique.
How big is Yates Mill Pond?
About 20 acres.
Does the state own it?
NC State University owns the land. Wake County leases the land from NC State to run the park. So correct me if I'm wrong, Wake County owns the building that's on the NC State land. We then lease the wing of the building back from Wake County. It was a long process, believe me, to get this all approved.
So where's the building relative to the old mill?
So the mill, if you drive, for those familiar with the area, if you drive down Lakewood Road,
Yeah.
You will see the mill right from the road. As you cross over the stream, and the mill's right by the dam. So before you get to the mill, the entrance to the park is just up the hill, and so you can just drive down into the park has a very nice museum dedicated to the mill. They have the history of the mill, and they also have some natural history in that museum. And so we're able to have some informational displays there in that museum as well.
How long has that park and museum been in existence?
Since 2006.
What type of recreational activities are allowed at the park?
Primarily just hiking trails. It's a really busy place. On the weekends, we think provides a great opportunity for outreach. It's the park crowds don't always, coincide with our work hours. But we're working on that, and hoping that the park can actually facilitate tours. They're interested in facilitating tours through our facility. We just have to get the infrastructure in place. We're working on making a video that they can show to the public and then lead the tours through, so we can continue to go on our business without, doing daily,
So any type of fishing or canoeing?
You can do fishing, yes. There's limited spots on the pond. There's a boardwalk over the pond that you can fish from. They don't allow fishing from around the pond because they don't want the trash that comes with fishing, but yeah, from the boardwalk you can fish.
Yeah, they support that and a lot of trails for birding, so there's a number of opportunities there for the public.
That's a long way from the Tupperware bar.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I like to say that I am, hold the distinction of building the cheapest mussel hatchery ever and the most expensive mussel hatchery.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other topics for the committee?
Before you adjourn, how many of y'all would like to take a tour? So we for housekeeping. Would it be more convenient to do it the Tuesday before the meeting that afternoon or the Thursday after when we get through?
Tuesday.
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 Okay, I just want to check for
Yep.
housekeeping. Okay.
Okay, nothing else, this meeting's adjourned.
June 5th, 2024, big game meeting to order. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. At this time, I'm gonna ask Margot Winkler to do a roll call.
Do a roll call for our big game committee. Committee Chair David Hoyle.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Wes Segers.
Here.
Committee Member John Coley.
Here.
Committee Member Tom Berry.
Here.
Committee Member Steve Wyndham. And Committee Member John Alexander. And ex officio members, Chairman Monty Crump.
Here.
And Vice Chairman Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Okay, very much. At this time, I'm gonna call on Wildlife Chief Brian Howard to introduce topics to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've got a couple of good topics to discuss today. The first one is wildlife is a social research project that our social scientists did on baiting and feeding. We've been talking about this for well before we got CWD, but it really came to the top. And we thought we knew a lot. We thought we didn't know a lot. And Catherine and her team did a really good job. And she's going to present the findings of this study. And then Chris will come up afterwards. We'll have a little bit of discussion about what does this tell us and what does it mean. And then Colleen will give us a brief update on the coastal bear study and the bear management plan timeline.
Good deal.
Catherine? You have to talk into the microphone.
Good morning.
Morning.
For those of you I haven't met, my name is Catherine Jewell. I am one of our 2 social scientists here at the agency. And Christina and I are responsible for conducting a lot of the social research, so your human subjects research that comes out of this agency. This project has been a really fun one to work on, let me just go ahead and say. I learned a lot about hunting culture. We probably talked for 8 hours on the differences between shelled and cobbed corn and what that could mean for management. So it's been a really fun one to work on, and I'm really glad that I get the opportunity to tell you guys about it. So, without further ado, a little bit of background. I'm sure as you all know, regulations allow for putting food out on the landscape in various forms with various responsibilities, various times. And in 2022, chronic wasting disease was detected in North Carolina for the first time. And once that was found, we kind of started thinking, what do we know? What's going on? And we have a lot of anecdotal evidence, but I'm sure as you all know, data is huge in this agency, right? So we really wanted to sit down and think about what is the extent of baiting and feeding deer and bear in North Carolina. This project started and it was here. It was what species, anytime, any place. And we narrowed it down to deer and bear because we can get to those hunters very easily. So quickly, I'm gonna discuss baiting versus feeding. So those terms can be used interchangeably. Is it during the hunting season, is it not? So for the purposes of this project, we define baiting as putting food out so that it attracts wildlife to increase hunter harvest or observation of a specific species or individual animals. So this includes putting out food, so the deer comes to your property, your trail cams, and then feeding is putting food out so that it can be consumed by animals so that it improves health and fitness. Putting out food for deer because you want big antlers, want to take care of the mamas that are lactating. So for the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to frame this mostly as putting food out. Because of the intent of baiting and feeding, generally I'll talk about putting food out, and then we'll talk about baiting versus feeding in certain situations. So the research objectives for this project pretty much followed a who, what, where, when, why, how much. So who's putting the food out? What kind of food are they putting out? Where are they doing so? When are they doing so? Why are they doing so? Also, how much are they spending? So we did this by conducting a survey. So we surveyed 18,000 hunters with big game privileges. And then additionally, we reached out to 4,000 hunters who previously responded to one of the Bear East Camp surveys that Colleen and her team has conducted. We did that to make sure we heard back from enough bear hunters. And we sent this out via email. We sent a postcard, push to web, and I also sent a full survey packet. Some of you may receive in the mail. And we received 4,758 responses back, which is a 21% response rate, super full of that, and that is hunters. That's not people that's the people that have hunted or reported hunting in the last year. So of those hunters, 80% of them put out food for something. It could be anything. So this graph here shows the other respondents that put food out. What are they putting out for? Primarily deer, unsurprising given that's hunters, but also songbirds was number 2. I mean, I'm sure a bunch of us in the room have a bird here, right? 70% said bear, 10% wild turkey. Other was a whole smattering of things, hummingbirds specifically, and followed by raccoon, hogs, waterfowl, and foxes. So now that big question is, who's putting out food? So based on the results of this study, we can estimate that 92% of deer hunters put out food for deer in some form or fashion. And that we estimate to be about 215,000 hunters. And then 47% of bear hunters put out food for bears in some way, shape, or form, coming out to 24,000, an estimated 24,000 hunters. So these are people who specifically said they hunted deer in the last year and put out food for deer, and they specifically hunted bear in the last year and put out food for bear. So we're gonna go into deer first. So again, deer hunters putting out food for deer in any way, shape, or form. What kind of food are deer hunters putting out for corn? Primarily shelled corn. I'm sure this comes as no surprise to most of us here. Followed by minerals and salt licks, and also cob corn. There's also apples, and then a smattering of other things to a lesser extent. And you might be asking, well, how are they putting all this food out? They're putting it out primarily by just putting it on the ground, tossing out the corn bag, doing it by hand, and to a lesser extent, spin feeder and other options. This was a select all that apply question, so if they dump out a bag in front of their trail camera, but they've also got a spin feeder in the pasture down the way, they can select it. So now, where is the food being put out? So this graph shows our deer zones. We asked respondents to tell us what counties they put food out in which I then assigned it to the deer zone it belongs in. So this is showing us that of the hunters that are putting out food for deer, 23% are doing so in the northeastern deer zone, 19% in the southeastern deer zone, 22 in the central, 16 in the northwestern, and 8% out in the western, with an 11% of deer hunters that put out food for deer are doing so in multiple zones. We also asked them to select which months of the year they put out food. Unsurprisingly, September, October, November, and December are much higher than the rest of the months. And those were the months we determined as deer season. So now let's get back to that why, the baiting versus feeding. So the two green segments of our pie chart here are what we're gonna call our baiters. And our orange is our feeders, and the 3% of other was a whole host of things. So from this question, we can see that about 80% of people are baiting. The intention is to see the animal either for hunting or for viewing or photography. It's to bring that animal in for us to view. And then the 17% are providing supplemental nutrition. So great if they see the deer, but primarily they're doing it for the deer, not for themselves. And we asked a few additional questions to kind of get a little deeper into why the deer hunters are putting out food for deer. So we have 3 of the selected statements here: to increase the likelihood of deer staying on their property, to increase their chance of a harvest, and because people around me bait. Or in other words, versionary feeding, right? So as we can see here, the very important is to increase the likelihood of deer staying on your property. And then to a lesser extent, to increase their chance of a harvest. And then surprisingly to me, only 34% is very important to put out food because people around them bait. So now how much are they spending? I was kind of surprised by these numbers, I'm not gonna lie to you. So we separated out minerals and salt licks versus food products because they are regulated differently in certain parts of the state. So all in all, with combined minerals and salt licks, hunters on average are spending $61 million a year on putting out food for deer specifically. And that equates to a $79 million economic impact to North Carolina. I'll let that ruminate for like 2 seconds. I know that's a lot. And now we're gonna switch on to bear. So we're gonna go through the same information, but it's gonna be different in some ways. So thinking about what food bear hunters are putting out for bears, shelled corn was again very, very popular, but 65% versus the 90-something% it was for deer, followed by peanuts at 57%, and then cod corn, and then apple sweet potatoes and others. Again, how are they putting out food for bears? Primarily on the ground, but also barrels and drums. Some folks are doing a deer feeder-like device, and then there were all kinds of descriptions in the other category of how they're putting food out. So again, we asked them to tell us what counties they're putting food out in, separated them out on our bear management units. So as you can see, 68% of those that are putting out food are doing so in the coastal zone. But this, again, isn't all that surprising given the fact that the coastal management unit is much larger, and there's a lot less public land to hunt bear in the coast versus the mountains. And then there's a little bit of Piedmont, and only 4% of bear hunters are putting food out in multiple units. So again, we asked what months of the year are you doing so? And again, should be no surprise, primarily during bear season, so the months of October, November, and December are the most commonly selected months, followed by September, so that lead up to bear season. And going back to that why, 87% are baiting, and only 8% are eating. So again, primarily for hunting is why folks are putting out food. So now for bear hunters, they're spending about $16 million in food, and that's a total economic impact of $18 million. So now again, just to compare here, so we've got 215,000 deer hunters, or 92% of deer hunters, estimated. 24,000 bear hunters, or about half. Shelled corn is the most popular in both. Statewide, deer's kind of happening statewide. A lot of folks are doing it on the coastal zone for bear, but again, that's happening in the mountains as well, primarily during their hunting seasons, primarily their baiting, and the expenditures here, so the economic impact of $79 million for deer versus $18 million for bear. And I know I feel like I threw a lot of information at you, so I'll take any questions.
Question earlier, in your presentation, you mentioned that you spent time, understanding the difference between shelled corn and, on the Cobb.
Yes.
What, can you share with us what you
That
found
I
out?
will pass back to the managers because it was determined of whether we combine Sheld and Cobb or do we put them together, so I will pass that back to April and Chris and.
Well, it's a great question. I mean, we have a lot of questions about, obviously, about chronic wasting disease impact. So if that food is being distributed by a feeder, that's one kind of situation. If it's simply loose kernel corn that's being tossed on the ground, that's a different situation in terms of how animals might pick it up. If it's cob corn, that's yet another situation where it's obviously not coming out of a feeder, it's perhaps more of a pile. Just kind of trying to put numbers to our understanding of those different aspects that might be important for disease management.
Other question?
Is there one that is, I'll just say, I assume spreading it out, the more you spread it out, the better for not congregating the deer for CWD. So
Well,
is that where
it's hard to know,
shell corn
because-
would be the best, because you could throw it out the furthest.
It's hard to sort of say that one is worse or better than the other. And I'll back up from a little bit and then touch that in a different way. So, the big impact of a lot of these questions, and I love the work that we got here. The information that Catherine and Christina have pulled together, it's done so solid that it really gives us a great understanding of what's going on. Some of it was not very surprising. It's things that we thought we knew. We thought that lots of hunters use food. And guess what? Yeah, that's what the survey told us. That was not surprising, but it did put very specific numbers to that. 92% of deer hunters are putting out food in some form or fashion, and right at half of bear hunters are putting out food. There was some other data in there that did surprise us, that maybe challenged a little bit of what we thought was the case. One number that Catherine showed there was sort of the motivation side of putting it out for something because everybody else is putting it out around me. I don't have a chance if I don't put it out. That number was lower than a lot of us would have guessed. It was around around a third, it was 34%. So kind of building down from there, trying to understand when food is put out. That was actually really good information. How it's put out is sort of the complete picture of understanding it from a disease standpoint. So feeders and concentrated sites that are used over and over, that's probably a different scenario than food that's tossed on the ground for only a certain time of the year. It's hard to know it's hard to quantify exactly what the disease impacts of that might be, but in terms of understanding what our hunters do, what their motivations are, how do we craft regulations that can do as best they can for wildlife and disease management, and also are relatively good for hunters and what hunters want. This is just foundational stuff to try to do that. I know I'm kind of rambling. Brad and I talk about this stuff for hours and hours to try to grasp it.
So to clarify one thing, so everybody in that survey is a licensed hunter.
Yes, sir.
So the people that are feeding, they wouldn't have got, if they're not a hunter, they don't have a hunting license, they would not have been included in this anyway, shape, or form.
Yes, sir.
So
This
there's
is
probably a
just
whole lot
licensed
more
hunters.
people that are just feeding than we're accounting for in this survey.
Yes, sir, that's a very important distinction to make. These are specifically people with big game hunting privileges, so we know that they're intentional in having that privilege. So these are that's why I was deer hunters and bear hunters, because that's the population we can quantify for this study.
I'm not clear on the distinction between the question, so deer will stay on my property and because my neighbors are doing it, wouldn't those overlap? How are those different questions?
Yes, sir, so I scroll back to that slide. So this first one says to increase the likelihood of deer staying on their property could mean for a multiple of reasons. Specifically, we wanted to get at because other people around me bait, so that brings in the other person element. So this first statement here, to increase the likelihood of deer staying on my property, is for me, I want it on my property. Because other people around me bait brings in another person. It's saying the folks on the outside are making me do this. I may or may not want to, but I have to because other people are. Does that clarify?
I mean, because people around me bait, that could be peer pressure, it's the right thing to do, all my neighbors do it, I guess I should do it. Or I want deer on my property instead of my neighbor's property, so I'll have better opportunities than they have. It's hard for me to see.
The difference.
Yeah.
And they answered each of those questions.
Oh, yeah, they could have answered those.
So it's how important is that a statement to you, to the hunter?
And it's worth noting, and it's great that you picked up on that, because we've talked about it well. There obviously is overlap between those motivations. I think the total list of motivation type questions that we asked, I think there was 10 or 12 items on that list. Just in terms of presenting the information today, these were very interesting. We want to present these couple of results right here, but there were other motivations that were identified, things about, simply because that's the only way I know how to hunt. I can't even remember some of the other ones on there, but yes, absolutely, there's different motivations in there. And again, it's sort of getting at that total picture of hunters that are putting out food and why they're putting it out.
So, like the first question, if you had non-hunters that just wanted them to see the wildlife, they may be anti-hunters, and they want to attract deer, so the hunters don't get them.
Potentially,
Yeah, survey those.
the committee, right, exactly, they weren't part of this.
Some of the other statements were using for trail cameras, and we also had a statement on, viewing and photography as well on this list.
And one conversation I've had with Brad a lot, which is where I think we can use this moving forward. One big topic that I'm hearing, and I'm gonna use Ashe County for an example. So Ashe has not had a CWD positive case, but will pass. So most of Ashe County is involved in it, so there's no baiting outside of deer season. There's a lot of folks in Ashe County that feed for viewing. But that's illegal now. And so I've been getting blown up with people, hey, I don't agree with, I'm not baiting, I'm feeding. And so Brad and I have had numerous conversations about, how are we gonna handle this, because Ashe County is not positive CWD, other than the fact an adjacent county is. And so, these people, there's a lot of folks in the mountains, Brad, as you may see, I mean, it's real prevalent where I'm at, that feed. They're not bait, they don't deer hunt a day, they don't bear hunt a day, but they like to see the animals.
My dad did his farm in western Rowan County, he was putting out corn all the time, I had a trail camera, I'd see him do it. I said, well, there's CWD not too far away, you may have to quit doing that. He kept doing it until he found out rodents were taking the corn into the cabin nearby. And he had the cabin cleaned for the spring. It was full of corn, so then he quit.
I guess that was a question I wanted to ask Brad, and then I know we constantly, or we have in the past modified the CWD plan. Are we still looking at that? I mean, have we shown where baiting only during the season and then some people bait, a couple of months before and a couple of months after? Are we still looking at, is that hurting? Is that not, can we change that, or is that, I don't know. I know we modified it. At one time, we were going to do no baiting in the CWD hot, and then we modified it a little bit. We've modified it several other times. Have we looked at it since then?
Yes, the short answer is we're looking at that all the time.
Okay.
As to how to move forward, and just as a reminder, so our CWD plan was a response plan, which laid out the early steps of what we do when we have initial detections, index location. So it's a surveillance plan, what do you do immediately? And immediate being a couple years worth of stuff, and we're way into that. Thousands and thousands of samples that we collected, identifying where the disease occurs, putting what we think are the right initial constraints on food to not have food exacerbating the problem. Staff is very deep now, at Brad's direction, some involvement by me. April Pope over there is our deer biologist, Colleen's heavily involved, trying to say, okay, now as we transition out of a surveillance phase, where our focus is those surveillance type questions, we move into a management phase. Perhaps the situation for food and feeding is not quite the same. How might that need to change?
Okay.
How might mandatory reporting need to change? which counties need to be included or not included. So all that's being talked about and discussed. There's no easy answers to any of it.
Sure.
All the answers are difficult because they present a change. This kind of information right here that Catherine is showing us today can really help us understand what the effectiveness of different scenarios that we might play out.
Yeah,
So
all I
it's
know
really
is
good stuff.
that's a big number when you start talking about the economic impact, when you start talking about not baiting and.
I saw that,
baiting.
yeah, I really saw the eyebrows going up all around the room, so and I had looked at it before, I couldn't remember the number, but I did the quick math, so if you work out number of deer hunters that are likely putting out food, divided into that total amount, it comes out to about $280 something per deer hunter, and about twice that for bear hunters. But yeah, there's a lot of commas in those numbers.
Big enough.
Well, here would be the scary part. Vast majority of that, some farmer sitting there at his silo that's not paying a dollar tax on that, on that dollar amount. So, when you see that impact, I don't know how we're calculating that, but I promise you, most corn guys I know, unless you go to Southern States or Tractor Supply, it's cash on the barrelhead, boys, and they ain't not reporting a dollar of that, most of them, so.
Now, David.
That's a bad assumption, Ray, I'm sorry.
Follow-up question is, as a corn farmer, I have a question. So how would you categorize, we just leave a lot of standing corn. That's corn on the cob on the stalk that we just, so where does that fit in? I mean, this is bait.
I will defer to our enforcement officers as to how they would, address that in terms of is that baiting or feeding?
It's
If you're
legal.
growing a crop and leaving it standing.
It's legal. So- But I mean, how does that fit in with categories?
Oh, specifically in terms of the survey, the way the questions are structured, somebody that simply grew a crop and left it standing would not be answering this as putting out, the terminology was putting out food
Okay,
for
I
various
guess
purposes.
we put it out, we just don't have to carry it out.
Right.
Okay.
And it does say where they buy, we asked them where they bought their
Brad would like me to let you know that I'm giving you the full report. The full report should be coming here in the next couple months, but the best news is there's gonna be one-page fact sheets for both deer and bear. And we asked folks where they're getting where they're spending their money. So you can see the breakdown of folks that are going to like Walmart, Cabela's versus folks that are going to their local farmer. And I do wanna mention, food plots were specifically not included in this because there's a little bit of a gray area. And what you mentioned earlier about folks that are feeding versus baiting is the exact reason why we said putting food out. So people would not get swayed one way or the other, like, oh, I'm baiting, oh, I'm feeding. Because if you think about our baiting and feeding definitions here in the context of a songbird, we're putting, bird seed out to see the birds. I mean, I love watching the birds from my back window. So that technically means I'm baiting according to these definitions, but I would never consider it that personally. So that's why we said putting food out.
You said something so food plots are not included in this, so that's not part of that economic impact number either, is it?
Right.
Wow.
And that's a significant number.
Yeah.
Well, it sure is.
Well, and I got to believe that number may be low that we're looking at.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, so. Any other questions on that? Great work, thank you, very informative.
And so, so appreciate all the information from Catherine, and I'm gonna turn it over to Ellen Offenbach. She's gonna talk to you about our coastal berry study and our blackberry management plan.
Mallory was hard. All right, Mallory's gonna pull it up.
Also, I would suggest everybody go around this way, there's not enough room.
Oh, right.
I don't want anybody tripping on us.
So while reading, I want to note that we just talked about feeding, and lunchtime is at noon. So I have the great position to be in, to be between a feeding talk and when you actually will be feeding. So it'll be hopefully short and brief. As Brad and Chris mentioned, I'll be giving an update on the update to the bear management plan. But first, I'm gonna talk about the research project we have in the Coastal Bear Management Unit. Because the last time I talked about it to the Big Game Committee, we hadn't started that research project yet. We were talking about why we were doing it, but we finally started the field work last year, and so we decided it was a good time to tell you what we've been doing with that research project, because it is a pretty grand project with the scale we're talking about. Before I give the update, just a reminder of the objectives of that Coastal Bear Management Unit study. Primarily, it is to get an unbiased estimate of the bear population as well as the density of bears across that coastal plain area. We're gonna get those estimates not only at the unit level, but at the zone level. Remember, we created coastal zones about 10 years ago. And the key thing about this, why it's called an unbiased estimate, is because we're gonna get information on both hunted and unhuntable landscapes within the Coastal Bear Management Unit. I do wanna note that Mississippi State and NC State are the two universities involved in conducting this project. And the other two objectives that they're gonna cover is to also examine the current way that we monitor trends in the bear population, as well as extrapolate the size of the bear population in each of our units, and that's through population reconstruction. Population reconstruction is based off all the teeth we get, not only from our hunters, but from bears that die of other reasons, such as vehicle collisions. They're gonna look at that method and determine, okay, how good is it, and do we need to calibrate it in any way to improve upon it? And then lastly, the researchers are going to provide the commission with recommendations on future bear population monitoring tools that we might want to consider implementing. So the field work started last summer. Again, it's a huge area that we're surveying. So we had to split up the Coastal Bear Management Unit in two halves. We did the northern half last summer, involved 25 temporary technicians that deployed about 601 hair snare sites. And that video you're seeing, that's pretty typical of what not only a hair snare site looks like, but how the bears interact with it. We take 2 strands of barbed wire, put it about knee length or knee height, and then drape it around 3 to 4 trees. We put bait in the middle. If you want to find out what's in the bait, come see me afterwards. But the bear comes to the bait, goes under, through, or over the barbed wire. Or in the case with cubs, they love rubbing against it. We get that bear hair, we send the bear hair to the lab, they do the genetic analysis, and now we can identify that individual bear. Last summer, they collected almost 10,000 bear hair samples. Not just hair samples, because they did get other species, sometimes deer, maybe a raccoon, but the hair samples that they visually determined were bear, they got almost 10,000. I believe they said just over half of the hair snare sites had bear hair samples on them. And it involved the cooperation of over 200 landowners, both private landowners as well as public landowners such as the Fish and Wildlife Service, of course, our state-owned lands and state parks. So the second and final year for fieldwork is occurring this summer. We are now surveying the southern half, which is a little bit larger than the northern half. So we had to hire an additional technician, and they plan to deploy about 711 hair snare sites across that landscape. And to get access to property, they basically do it the old-fashioned way, and that's door-to-door canvassing. Basically, when they identify a piece of property where they'd like to put one of these hair snare sites, they go up and knock on the door, talk to the landowner. Landowner's not there, they leave a flyer describing the project and asking the landowner to reach out to them. And it's been incredible the cooperation we are getting from landowners, both large and small. We're working with landowners that own thousands of acres, and sometimes it's someone that might only own 1 or 2 acres. But great cooperation from those landowners. So here's the timeline for that research. Like I said, the field work is going to be done by the end of this summer. I mentioned the first year we collected almost 10,000 bear hair samples. My guess is we'll probably collect a similar amount this year. So we're talking thousands of hair samples that the researchers will have to go through and analyze. They plan on being done with the lab work to do that by next summer. And then using all that data by identifying the individual bears, they'll be able, by end of 2025, be able to give us a density and population estimate of our bear population in that Coastal Bear Management Unit. And then the following summer of 2026, they're going to provide the deliverables for those other 2 objectives. Again, examining how we're currently monitoring the bear population and providing improvements to that methodology, as well as providing recommendations on other ways we can monitor the bear population. Now, this project really is going to be impactful for when we do update the bear management plan. One thing I want to note is for some of you, this coastal bear study probably looks familiar. So we did the same study in our mountain bear management unit back in 2018 with the University of Tennessee, Dr. Joe Clark. And that study really influenced and provided the data we needed to make recommendations on how to manage that bear population in the mountains. You know, the density estimate from that mountain bear study identified our designated bear management areas that had high density of bears. And by, identifying those areas, proposing that they be open to limited permit hunts, we could start to really help to locally manage bear populations in and around those areas. The population estimate that Dr. Joe Clark came up with also helped us identify that our mountain bear management unit population continued to grow. It was at 3 to 5% population growth. Our goal is stabilization, so 0. And so that's what led to that proposal to add 9 days to the mountain bear management season. We anticipate this coastal study having the same influence and impact on examining how we need to manage our bear population in this unit. Again, the researchers are going to provide us with ideas, with recommendations for future population monitoring that we can incorporate into the bear management plan. But again, with that density estimate, that population estimate, we'll be able to revisit our population objectives for the coastal bear management unit. Are we meeting our objective? If not, what do we need to do? We'll also be using that density estimate to re-examine the zone boundaries that we created, I think almost 10 years ago is when we created the zones within the coastal bear management unit. We'll revisit those zone boundaries based off the information we get and decide, do we need to make tweaks? And if so, what are those tweaks we're going to make? And once we re-examine 3 and 4, we can also then examine overall, do we need to make changes to our harvesting structures in this unit? And if so, what those should be. But in preparation for updating that black bear management plan, there's some other pretty big projects that will inform the recommendations we put forward. One is the Urban Bears Study. That's the study that's been going on in Asheville, North Carolina since 2014. The field work for that project wrapped up last summer, and NC State's going to provide us the final report this coming December. As a reminder, that was the first study in the Southeast and really in the Eastern states that really examined what's going on with bears that are living in a more developed environment. And once we get the results, we can look at how the role of hunting may help us manage those bears even in those developed areas. And when we talk about the role of hunting in a developed area, we're not talking just about Asheville, even so that was the study area. We're talking about other areas such as Swannanoa, Hickory, Greenville, Wilmington, any other areas in North Carolina where we have an increasingly suburban, urban area and an increasing bear population. That study is also going to give us more information on how diet is influencing life history of black bears as well as human-bear interactions. When I talk about life history, that's kind of the catch-all phrase for talking about the biology of bears as well as their behavior. So, when do they, what age do they reproduce at? How many cubs do they have? What's their home range? When do they hibernate, or do they hibernate at all? We're going to really see how diet plays a role in that, specifically if the diet is comprised of anthropogenic foods, such as your bird feeders and your garbage. Lastly, this study is going to give us information on how effective our current outreach efforts are regarding living responsibly with bears. Specifically, we're really promoting BearWise. And this study is going to really help us identify, is BearWise effective in changing people's behaviors and perceptions and knowledge of bears? And if not, why is that, and what can we do to improve upon that? The other big project that's going on that will help us when we start working on the updates to the plan are 2 human dimension surveys that our social scientists are going to be conducting. These are 2 surveys that were originally done back in 2005. Those 2 surveys in 2005 were really impactful in providing information we needed when we set our population objectives for black bears, as well as set up the recommendations. We're repeating those surveys Specifically, one's gonna be to the general public, and one's gonna be of our bear hunters. The one to the general public, is probably gonna go out to the general public in the next month or so. Yeah, that's about next month. And then the survey of bear hunters will occur around January of 2025. And so, once we get done with those surveys, we'll be able to determine what changes have we seen over the past 20 years, again, from 2005 to now, as well as see what we've learned in terms of how we can incorporate the information we gained into the bear management plan. Speaking of the plan, here is the timeline. We pretty much are gonna start in early 2025. And when we start, it's gonna be with creating an internal Black Bear Committee. You know, we had a Black Bear Committee created when we updated the current bear plan, which was approved in 2012. So we're gonna have an internal Black Bear Committee created, the next bear biologist, who hopefully, we just got candidates yesterday. The next bear biologist will chair that committee. And that committee will be responsible for incorporating all the data, all the results from the projects I've already described, as well as data from other sources, such as our deer hunter observation survey and our reported hunter harvest. In addition, once we've gone through the bear hunter survey results, we're going to actually meet with our bear hunters next summer. And those meetings are gonna be an opportunity to update our bear hunters on all the information we have about bears, what's going on with bears, kind of the state of bears, as well as get their input regarding this updated plan. Hopefully, we'll then have a plan ready for public comment by summer of 2026, and then we'll have a finalized plan for the commission to approve by end of 2026. And I know that was quick, so if there's any questions, I'll take those now.
Okay, questions?
Yeah, not so much directly to the program, but just from y'all's general observation now, is the bear population of Eastern still trending up, trending down, about stable?
Right now, with the best data we have, it's showing at the coastal bear management unit level is trending stable. But that's why this study is gonna be so impactful, because this study will be another tool we have to determine what is going on with the bear population. So we'll know a lot more when that coastal bear study is done, as well as hopefully by fall of this year, I'll have all the bear hunter teeth from the 2023 season, all of those teeth aged. And then that will also allow me to actually look at a finer scale, and that's population trends at the zone level. So I would say this fall, I'll know a lot more about bear population trends in the coastal bear management unit, you know, at a finer scale, and we'll be able to see, are we seeing maybe certain areas are increasing, stable, or maybe even decreasing? I'll have a lot more this fall, and of course, when the study's done.
Let me also compliment you on the fact that y'all are willing to look at redesigning or reevaluating the bear management zones. Several of us beat that dog for 10 years trying to get it. I mean, when Wayne County, who's never killed a bear, is in the same management unit as Hyde County, was ridiculous. But I'm glad to see y'all are and willing to continue to modify that to help manage them to the best, optimize it.
And you know, if we do identify that we need to tweak some of those boundaries based off of the density estimates we get from that study, certainly we'll be engaging with the commission and getting your input, as well as meeting with the bear hunters as well, just as we did last time, to get their input and thoughts on, okay, we're thinking of tweaking these boundaries, what do you all think?
So and Colleen, the study that you did in the mountains, did it kind of line up where you guys thought you were at with the hair study so far? Does that seem to be?
Yeah, so yeah, that study in the mountains, when we looked at the population estimate that Joe came up with compared to the estimate we extrapolated from our population reconstruction, I was very relieved they weren't too far off.
So it's close.
Actually, our population reconstruction underestimated the
Okay,
bears.
so it was close.
It was close, yeah. But you know, again, we're gonna see if the same holds true for the coast. And if it does, great. If not, we can tweak it, because now, you know, because now we have the brain trust of NC State and Mississippi State working on it.
Colleen, I got a couple, so on the hair stations, how many of them you got cameras on? All of them, just some of them?
Not all of them, I wanna say for last year, I wanna say they had it, only about 20 of the sites had the cameras. I know this upcoming summer season, they have many more cameras on the sites. And they put the cameras up, you know, not just to get cute videos of bear cubs running the barbed wire, though it is adorable, but they are trying to determine how often do they get bears approaching that hair snare site and actually not going under, through, or over. So then they can kind of establish a detection rate and account for those bears that actually don't leave hair on the barbed wire, but are visiting.
Yeah, so that kind of goes in the next, so the lure that you're bringing them in with is more of a scent than a food.
Well, no, it's food and scent. And that was a big debate. That's always a debate with these types of projects, you know, do you do just scent or do you do scent and food? Because some folks say they're concerned that if you do food as well, now that bear's rewarded and it's gonna keep coming back. But I think realistically, if you really wanna get a good estimate of the bear density, you do want some bears to come back for that mark recapture component of this project. So no, we use donuts, bagel pastries, as well as, this is why I said you could come up to me afterwards, but I'm gonna tell you this, so hopefully I won't ruin your lunch. But we take tampons, dip them in raspberry extract, and hang them up as well. And the reason we do that, not only for the scent component, but that scent will remain in the area for a while, even if the food reward is gone. Yeah.
So that was so how often are they visiting that? Because I mean, obviously a bear can eat a lot of food. So are they being visited?
We'll find out more when we do the lab work and have the genetic results, because that will tell us of the individual bears that came to these hair snare sites, how many of them were repeats. You know, they could probably from some of the cameras, in certain cases, you can identify individuals that may be repeat, but really it's gonna be that hair snare and identifying those individuals for us to determine how many actually came back and how often. And they'll account for that as well, the ones that repeatedly came back versus the ones that just came once.
Any other questions?
Just as an aside, I was in Black Mountain this weekend at the farmer's market, and the Wildlife Commission had a booth with a biologist, and the line at his booth was just as long as the presentation booth.
Yeah, that's promoting bear wise, yeah, that's fantastic to hear, yeah.
We had the same, I'm sorry, go ahead.
As well attended.
We had the same thing at the Black Bear Festival over in Plymouth, where the lines were long and the Bear Wise folk, I mean, y'all did a hell of a job over there.
Thanks, Commissioner Cole, yeah, we.
And y'all need to see her in a bear suit.
Yeah, if you wanna see pictures of me in a bear suit, come see me. It was documented and perhaps posted on Facebook, so. Yeah.
That was actually one of the conditions on her new job. She had
Able and willing, no problem. The bear suit is at my house and I plan to wear it again.
And the landowner cooperation is impressive, over 200, that's phenomenal.
Well, and what's impressive about it is here we're talking to people about putting basically barbed wire on their property and kind of advising them that if they have dogs or kids to keep them away. And certainly we've met some landowners that are concerned about that, but the overwhelming really want to support, they really want to find out what's going on. And we've had landowners that were like, well, we never see a bear, we don't have bears. And we have to explain to them, well, we need to survey those areas as well. So even so you don't think you have bears, one, we'll find out. Two, even if you don't, that needs to be part of this project. We need to survey that area as well.
So Colleen, a hair sample is detectably different for every individual bear.
Once we do the genetic analysis, yeah, so what we do is that barbed wire has a tuft of hair. We do have to, for the most part, assume that that one barbed wire, that all the hair is from one bear.
Right.
But then they do the genetic analysis, you know, Dr. Heather Edmonds was here. She could explain the science behind the analysis, but yeah, they basically can take that hair and it's the root of the hair has the genetic material, and they do the analysis and they can identify that individual. they not only can, of course, identify if it's a male or female bear, but then do the analysis further to identify it as an individual.
So out of the 10,000 samples, you'll ultimately be able to tell how many individual bears have been. Likewise, for a trap, you'd be able to tell how many different bears came to that trap.
That's exactly right, yes,
That's
sir.
it?
Yep, yeah. It's a massive amount of information.
How did y'all decide on the raspberry extract as the
You know-
trial and error with different?
To be honest, yeah, trial and error over years and years of experiment. You know, we started doing these hair snare sites kind of in the late 90s. You know, I think Asheville Watershed was the first time that technology was deployed in North Carolina. And I know my first experience was in Virginia in 2000. We were deploying these hair snare sites to collect bear hair. And it was like using, you know, different extracts made with Mother Murray's, who's based here in North Carolina. They supply a lot of the extracts for a lot of these projects. And it was trial and error, and pretty much raspberry seems to be the go-to.
Would that be just for the mountain region, or do you think you'll use the same in the coastal?
Oh, it's for the coast mountains. It seems like no matter where the bear population is in the eastern United States, raspberry is kind of the universal choice for all the bears. Just something about that sweetness flavor. I don't know what it is about the raspberry in particular, but if you're gonna attract a bear, that's kind of the go-to.
Any other questions? Colleen, thank you very, very much. Brad? Chris?
I'm just gonna follow up with one comment. So the power of being able to identify that individual bear, you can know how many times a given bear visits that site. Some bears might visit lots of times, some might visit a few times, some might visit one time. But then ultimately, you're estimating, you're not just counting the bears that you can identify, you're estimating the bears that don't come to that site at all. And that's a very sophisticated and powerful analysis that, I mean, Colleen understands the guts of that, but it's not simply counting the number of bears that come to those sites. It's estimating the ones that don't come to the sites. That's a really powerful part of it.
The big thing is that you can identify one from the other.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
That was my main question.
I'll tell you, I mean, the interesting piece would be how many come and won't cross that barbed wire.
Right, right. And I'm glad, you know, the researchers, you know, that really is something that NC State and Mississippi State have come up with, is they, you know, they understood their behavior. Their behavior is, sometimes these bears are picky. You know, there's so much, especially in the coastal unit, there's so much other food available. They might come to it out of curiosity, but you know, sometimes they're so lazy, they're like, I'm not gonna do those strands. So they just kind of look and leave. Or I've seen a video where it was a big boar bear that he climbed a tree, and the way he climbed it, he was able to get the bait without touching the barbed wires at all. And so now with the cameras, we can account for those bears as well.
The one you showed on the thing climbed through that barbed wire just as well as a human being. It's like you've done it 100
Probably better than a human being, yeah.
Anything else?
Oh, I got a question. Can somebody tell us today how many total CWD reports we've had and how many counties that represents?
Total number of positive cases?
Yeah.
So 24 total positives over the last 3 years, and that is in 5 counties.
24 and 5 counties.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
And over 60,000 samples, right?
Over the last 3 years.
Over the last 3 years, 60,000.
Good job.
36,000 for this past season.
How about that?
Just 5 counties.
Number 2, turkey count harvest.
Turkey count, harvest, Brad?
We're gonna get it, we'll get into that.
Oh, okay.
We were right at last year's, right, almost spot on from last year's, right?
Yes.
We were at 20 birds almost, so that was what?
It was right at 24,000.
Anything else?
What was last year and the year before last?
Very, very comparable last year. Within just a few birds that week.
So we seemed like we started out on fire, so kind of slowed down.
Got done early this year.
Anything else?
That's what she
break for lunch, you go to Ruckus, wherever you wanna go.
I do have one more thing. I'm very hard of hearing. Yeah,
Call to order the meeting of the Finance Audit and Compliance Committee. First call on Margot Minkler for a roll call. And first, want to remind everyone, this meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org.
Good afternoon. Going to do a roll call for our Finance Audit and Compliance Committee members. Committee Chair Landon Zimmer. Committee Vice Chair Brad Stenbach.
Here.
Committee Member David Boyle.
Here.
Committee Member John Coley.
Here.
Committee Member Jim Ruffin.
Here.
Committee Member Mike Alford. Ex officio members, Chairman Monty Crump.
Here.
And Vice Chairman Mark Craig.
Here.
Mr. Vice Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Next, I'll call on CFO Jason Cottle to make a presentation.
Good afternoon, and thank you, everybody. We're gonna start with a year-to-date comparison, or I should say, year-to-date analysis of our receipts and expenditures in both our general fund and capital improvement fund. And we'll look at how those figures compare to the prior fiscal year. All right. As we always do, I want to start with a couple of disclaimers. One, all data being presented today is as of April 30. We've yet to finalize May. And also, because these are cumulative year-to-date totals that we're looking at, some of the variances that I'm about to explain may have already been touched in prior finance committee meetings, but I'm going to highlight them anyway. So as we always do, any swings greater than $1 million, either higher or lower than the same period last year, I'll call your attention to. In our general fund category, we see that federal funds for April 24, about 4.2 million less than the same period last year. I think that that's got more to do with the delay in our ability to draw down funds. So I think once we get caught up on that, we should be tracking consistently with the prior year. In sales and services, we see a decline from the prior year of about 2.3 million. That looks like just a decline in the amount of timber we've harvested yet to date. We also see a decline in fees, licenses, and fines of about 1.2 million, or about 4.4%. That looks like it was a combination of multiple factors. We saw vessel fees dip on both 1 and 3 year registrations, on titles and duplicate titles as well. We saw hunting license fees go up, fishing license fees go down a little. So all in all, it was about a 4.4% decrease across all categories. Contributions, gifts, and grants, here we see a decline of about $2 million from this same point last year. That also looks to be a combination of multiple factors, but largely attributable to a decline in the amount of donations we received from taxpayer contributions, and that was true at both the individual and corporate taxpayer levels. What we can't tell from that is whether folks are opting out of contributing or if they're just later in filing their returns and making those contributions. Personal services on the expenditures category, we see an increase of about 1.1 million or 3.5%. That jives with the state's legislative increases, so nothing really of cause there, cause for concern. Looking at the capital improvement category to the right, we see an increase in federal funds of just shy of $2 million. We've seen a ramp up this year in our land acquisitions, and many of those are supported with federal dollars. We also saw a large decrease again in contributions, gifts, and grants of well over $5 million. That looks to be largely attributable to the end of a disaster relief program that we have partnered with DPS on, so those one-time funds have stopped coming in. Let's see. If there are no questions about this data, I'll move on to the endowment fund. There we go. All right, so as of April 30, 24, overall balance in the endowment fund was $183,744,551.45. Excuse me. That allocation is made up of 83.41% equities, or just over $153 million, and 16.59% in our short-term investment fund, just about 30.4. The data that was on this slide typically is getting a bit cumbersome, a bit crowded, so I broke it up into 2 slides, and I hope that'll make more sense as we go to the next page. As we always do, I wanted to highlight the amount of expendable income that we've acquired. That's currently $61,457,348.15. Now, I wanted to add some context to that, because as we sit here, and you've seen that number grow from 30 plus, 40 plus, now well over 60 million in expendable income, I want to make it clear that that's not an entirely untapped resource. You know, of that 61 million, we've got, excuse me, about 30 obligated, or more than 30, for projects over the next few years. Obviously, Setzer and San Marcan are the two that you continue to hear a lot about, at 17 million and 10 million respectively. But on top of that, we've got some smaller capital projects, aggregate total of about 3.9 million that we know we'll need over the next 3 years. And additionally, we'll use endowment funding to service some debt that we incurred many years ago to buy several parcels of game lands that I think we're on oath for through 2028. So of that 61.4 million expendable income earned, there's about 24.6 remaining that's not already been earmarked. And that is all I've got. I'm happy to entertain any questions. Yes, sir.
What was or is our peak fund balance?
I beg your pardon?
What was or is our peak fund balance?
I believe what we showed at the meeting in April was our peak highest ever. It was just about 189 million. So we saw a slight decline in the month of April, about 3%, but that's consistent, if not a little better than market performance overall.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
So the 24.5 million is basically what, if there were a market downturn, we could absorb 24.5 million before we would run out of expendable funds for projects we're already committed to.
That's correct.
Anyone else have questions?
All right, thank you very much.
So I'll call on Kyle Briggs to introduce our new internal auditor, Elizabeth Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. As all of y'all, I think are aware, our previous internal auditor, Steve Chase, retired. And so after a very exhaustive search and some really good candidates, we hired Ms. Elizabeth Davis as our new internal auditor. Ms. Davis has a degree from UNCW. She's a certified internal auditor and a certified fraud investigator. Examiner, sorry. And she comes to us with about 10 years of experience, mostly recently as a senior operational auditor for North Carolina State University. And we're very pleased to have her. She's hit the ground running, and I think y'all will be impressed with everything she's done.
Go back to live up to that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll go ahead and jump right in. I wanted to go ahead and give an internal audit overview. For those of you who may not be familiar with internal audit, I do apologize if this is duplicative for those of you who do know about internal audit. However, the purpose of internal audit is to provide objective and independent assurance and advising services to help the organization meet its goals. We really do this through 3 different types of engagements: audits, consults, and investigations. So audits, what people typically think of as an audit is going to be your financial statement audit. That is not actually what internal audit does. The Office of the State Auditor handles that for the state, so we don't duplicate that work. What we primarily do are operational reviews, compliance reviews, and information system reviews. Our other type of engagement, as mentioned, is consults. That is very similar to audits, however, management sets those objectives and the scope. Audits are based on a risk assessment, and internal audit sets those objectives and scope. The other thing that we do are investigations. We investigate any allegations of fraud, waste, or abuse of the state. Applicable to state. State agencies are required to have an internal audit function. That is a general statute requirement. It's called the North Carolina Audit Act. Part of the act also requires that we follow the Institute of Internal Audit requirements. Those are the standards. We'll talk about those a little bit in just a second. The other part of the act creates the Council of Internal Audit, and that council's job is to assess the internal audit functions within various agencies. We're required to do a lot of quarterly reporting. They receive a copy of all of our public reports, they receive a copy of our audit plan, they assess those things. The other thing they require us to do is complete a self-assessment maturity model every year, and that's actually an agenda item. So we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail here in just a second. So kind of an overview of the IAA, the Institute of Internal Auditors. It's an international professional organization that sets audit standards. The standards were recently updated, so they were originally called the International Professional Practices Framework. They've been updated, thankfully, to a shorter name of the Global Internal Audit Standards. And those standards are required to be implemented by internal audit functions by January. However, it's really recommended that you go ahead and start implementing some of those things. So we are actually in the process of doing that. So you all received the internal audit charter. You should have received the prior charter and the new charter. The charter was updated to comply with those new global internal audit standards, as well as just a bit of cleanup. So anytime we change the standard or change the charter, the standards require that we submit it to the committee for approval. The North Carolina Audit Act requires that we have the charter approved by the committee annually. So some of the key things that we changed within the charter is we've updated the section titles. These were updated so that you at a glance can see that they align with the internal audit requirements. Some of the other things that have been updated is the purpose of internal audit. That was in the introduction section of the prior charter. It was just more aligned with the global internal audit standards purpose. The other pieces we incorporated is the mandate and commitment section. This is a requirement of the standards require this to be in our charter. So we have simplified it and updated that section. It's a little bit more concise. If you look at the old charter, it has a lot of guidance that we could comply with, don't have to comply with. So we just made it the standards. That's what we're required to comply with. The next section that's been updated is the authority section. This section was updated to specifically note the Finance Audit and Compliance Committee. This allows the committee to approve this charter as well as our audit plan. The next section, the scope of internal audit activities. This was actually an addition, and this gives a framework for the internal audit activities and objectives and areas of focus. The next section that has been updated is the independence and objectivity section. The prior charter noted independence and objectivity requirements, but not what would happen if there was an issue of conflict of interest that were to occur. So we've updated to say what the process is if there is a concern for objectivity. Independence and objectivity is very important to being in compliance with the standards. So we can't audit something that we can't be objective to. The final section that was updated is the internal audit responsibility section. This section is a combination of 4 sections in the prior charter. Some of the information in those sections is duplicative, so we just updated it into one section and made it a little bit more concise. Any questions on the audit charter?
Well, I think Margot sent out a copy of the old charter and the new charter. If any of you have read both of those documents, it's pretty dry reading, but I think you'll agree the new version is a lot simpler, easier to understand than the old one. So thank Elizabeth for that improvement already. At this time, I'll call for a motion to approve the new internal audit charter.
So,
Second.
Yeah,
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? I think it passes.
So the next thing we're going to talk about is the self-assessment maturity model. It's also called the SAM. As I previously mentioned, this is a council of internal audit requirement that we complete this every year. It's an annual assessment of last year's audit work. The purpose of it is to identify areas of non-compliance with the IAA standards and help us be in compliance, especially before we have a quality assurance review. We are required to have a quality assurance review every 5 years. It's an audit of the auditors. So that's what that is. It's also a tool for internal audit shops to assess what resources they may need. There are multiple, so as the results kind of note, opportunities for improvement were identified, action plans were created. All the action plans will be completed by the end of fiscal year 2025, and we discussed this with management, but we'll get into a little bit more detail of what it is I'm talking about. So this is the self-assessment maturity themes, are what is noted on the outside of this image. There are multiple themes. So within every theme, there are multiple topics that we had to assess ourselves on. We gave ourselves a rating 1 to 5. And every single topic we rated ourselves on, if it was a 3 or above, we have to provide documentation to support how we are assessing ourselves. The theme scores the average of all the topics. The standard score theme is a rating of 3. So you'll see the dotted line is the IPPF or the IA standards, and the orange is where we have assessed ourselves to be at. So we'll kind of talk about each of these themes, starting with governance structures and working our way counterclockwise. So our governance structure is a really, really positive thing that Sam has outlined for us. What it means is that the agency really has the audit function set up for success. So it means that our reporting structure is really good. It's actually our reporting structure is what the IA recommends. For our access to the Finance Audit and Compliance Committee is really positive. Our access to system documentation, all the things we need to do our job is also really positive. This is the biggest hurdle for internal audit shops to jump, and so we really appreciate management and the committee setting us up for success. The next area going counterclockwise is organizational relationships. Again, really positive. Steve seemed to have really good relationships with management and organization. Management and organization are really open to supporting the internal audit shop. So again, we just really appreciate our setup here and the organization, which just makes my job a lot easier. So the bottom here, 6 o'clock, if you will, people management. This is really an assessment of how internal audit directors manage their staff. It's also how we support auditors' training, their growth, how the office auditor skill sets are grown, and how we ensure the audit plan is met. This is not a bad score, given the limited amount of auditors within the internal audit function. So we were given a great resource last year as the business coordinator. He's been very helpful, wonderful to work with. However, his job responsibilities aren't audit responsibilities, so we can't assess an auditor because we don't have one. And it's not an assessment of me, it's an assessment of the auditors within the office by management. But management has been very supportive. We should have an additional internal audit staff that will help in addressing that need. Another item that we noted that we have an action plan for is we don't have a strategic resource plan. So we'll create one of those and that'll help address this area, and we should be in conformance this time next year, no problem. The next section is performance management and accountability. This is really dealing with the audit strategic plan and our KPI, key performance indicator evaluation process. Currently, internal audit does not have a documented strategic plan, and we do not have a key performance indicators or a system for evaluating ourselves. Again, that's okay, we can create a strategic plan, we'll have key KPIs associated with that, and that'll actually get reported routinely to this committee. The next area is professional practices. This is really talking to how our processes meet standards. One of the biggest areas we have in non-performance that affects the skills is the lack of auditors. So for every single thing we do within the internal audit function, the internal audit director is responsible for reviewing and signing off. However, we can't review and sign off on our own work. So there's not a way for us to meet the standard currently. The way one-person shops have done it in the past with the state is they'll have another agency, one-person shop review the work. That's kind of a risk because here you are putting your risk out to an external agency, so it's just not ideal. The other way they kind of recommend resolving this for one-person shops is having someone within the agency that has an internal background review all work papers. The issue with that is you have an independence and objectivity issue. So again, management has been very supportive, and that additional audit position will resolve a lot of this. The other items that were identified in this theme for approval was there is a lack of documented internal policies and procedures, engagement templates, etc., that we are required to have. We're already in the process of addressing than that. That's an easy solve. And it's a great opportunity for us to go ahead and align those processes with the global internal audit standards. So our final area here on this diagram is services and roles. And this is really evaluating the audits and consults that were completed this year. The items that were completed this year were considered special projects. So that means the projects didn't meet the definition of an audit or a consult or didn't follow the standards. So that's an easy fix. We'll definitely have audits and consults built into our audit plan. Those will follow our procedures, and we should be in conformance this time next year, no problem. So the key takeaway here, there are opportunities for improvement, but we'll be completely fine this time next year. Any questions? For our final agenda item, engagement status. So what we're working on is the Enhancing Accountability in Government Through Leadership and Education. It's called EAGLE. This is a required internal control assessment to increase fiscal accountability. This is a general statute requirement. It's overseen by the Office of the State Controller. The objective is to assess internal controls of select accounts. So when you're assessing those, you're looking at the financial processes as well as any kind of federal compliance requirements, because there's a specific federal grant section, as well as any kind of IT general controls over the systems that assist with those processes. So it's in process and it should be completed by July 30th. This will be considered a special project for internal audit because there's no way to really make it meet the standards, given that the Office of the State Controller controls so much of it. Our final item noted up here is the risk assessment. And the risk assessment assists in creation of the annual audit plan, and that plan identifies the engagements and services anticipated to be provided by internal audit. It should be ready by the end of July 31st, and it'll be presented to the board for approval at the next committee meeting. Any questions?
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
I appreciate it.
Welcome to the team.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard, Elizabeth. Glad to have you.
Any additional topics for the finance, compliance and audit? Okay.
Brad, you get an A++ for finishing up that quick. We'll start the committee of the whole meeting.
Elizabeth Hill.
She's very proficient, yes. And Jason, about at 2 o'clock. 5-minute break, we'll start, committee of the whole at 2 o'clock. Meeting of June 5th, meeting of the committee of the whole at this time. The meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. And at this time, I recognize Margot Mingler for a roll call of committee members present.
Do a roll call for the committee of the whole. Committee chair, Monty Crump.
Here.
Committee vice chair, Mark Craig.
Here.
Dave Hoyle.
Here.
John Coley.
Here.
Wes Segers.
Here.
Tommy Fumble.
Here.
Tom Berry.
Yes.
Brad Standback.
Here.
Jim Ruffin.
Here.
Ray Clifton.
Here.
Kelly Davis.
Here.
Steve Wyndham. Landon Zimmer. John Stone.
Here.
Hayden Rogers. John Alexander. Tom Hayslip. J.C. Cole.
Yeah.
Mike Alford. Joe Budd.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll move forward with the agenda, and I'll recognize customer service support. Manager Brian Daniels, present reciprocal license fees. Considerations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, commissioners. With the license fee increase set to take effect July 1st and having not adjusted our reciprocal license fees in several years due to other priorities such as the Go Outdoors implementation, we decided now would be a good opportunity to review our reciprocal non-resident hunting and big game license fees. The Commission has the authority granted under General Statute 113-275A1 to increase the reciprocal fees by resolution, which staff will recommend in tomorrow's commission. Our primary focus was on basic hunting license and the big game privilege. In Exhibit C, you will find the new proposed fees for states which we previously set reciprocal pricing. Staff recommends slight modifications to Georgia and Tennessee, and a significant change to South Carolina to align our license fees to match what residents pay for the same activity in their state. Currently, there is no need to adjust fees for Virginia residents. Ooh, sorry about that. In the next two slides, you will see a summary of license sales for reciprocal states and a breakdown of the current fees and proposed fees with increases notated in red. In looking at a cost for an annual hunting license and big game privilege for a Georgia resident, the fee would change from $295 to $325. There are additional adjustments listed for short-term licenses. For Tennessee residents, the change would be $250 to $305 with additional adjustments listed for short-term licenses as well. South Carolina is not as simple to align. A few years ago, they changed their big game tag model, offering no tags with their big game privilege and charging for each individual deer tag and adding a fee for turkey tags. The current cost for a North Carolina resident to hunt in South Carolina with a big game privilege and matching deer and turkey tags is $435. Compared to $225, South Carolina residents pay for the same activity and tags in North Carolina. To break that price down, just so you understand it a little more, their base hunting price is $125, which matches what our base hunting price is for South Carolina residents. Their base big game privilege is $100, which also matches what we charge South Carolina residents. However, the disparity in price comes when you see that they don't include any tags for their big game privilege. So they have more of an a la carte system. Their first buck tag is $50, second buck tag is $20. You can get 4 doe tags, $10 each, up to $40, and 2 turkey tags is $100, and that total cost is $435. Currently, the basic hunting license does not need to be adjusted, but if you want to do a true apples-to-apples comparison, with 2 buck tags, 4 doe tags, and 2 turkey tags, the cost of the big game privilege for a South Carolina resident would go from $100 to $310. This is a $210 increase and could lead to some buyer resistance. If buyer resistance is a concern, we created 2 additional options you could consider after looking at South Carolina resident harvest data. So South Carolina hunters did not take their full allotment of tags when hunting in our state. We had 1,404 South Carolina residents purchase either an annual or short-term big game privilege, with 593 individual or unique customers harvesting a total of 921 deer. Of that 593 unique customers, 360 harvested 1 deer, 163 harvested 2, 48 harvested 3, 19 4, and 3 5, with none harvesting the full lot. South Carolina residents also only accounted for less than 100 turkey harvests. So with that in mind, we have 2 additional options you could choose. We have option 2, which is $260. It's the equivalent of the base big game license, 2 buck tags, 4 doe tags, and 1 turkey tag. Or $210, which is the least amount we could increase using the tag logic, which is the base price of the license, 1 buck tag, 1 doe tag, and 1 turkey tag. So at this time, I would like to ask for your discussion and guidance on the option the board prefers.
What are the wishes of the committee, the commission on options 1, 2, and 3 as presented for reciprocal for South Carolina, just to cover it?
But how are we adjusting bear tags?
So currently, we are not reciprocal with bear. South Carolina has a $100 bear license, and we have a $239 bear license that's going up to $284 July 1st. Also, we have a bear price for the bear piece stand itself, which will go up to $14. So, but we've never been reciprocal with bear. Tennessee and Georgia don't have a bear license, they don't charge extra, and Virginia's bear license is $150, both South Carolina and Virginia less than ours. So I'm not sure the history on why they've never been reciprocal, but they have not been.
We've always been the most expensive. We've always had, I mean, of the bordering states.
I can tell you that that South Carolina residents don't take a ton of bear. So I believe the number was 78 bear that they harvested.
I just know one time, not with just our reciprocal states, but with all states, we talked about, raising our non-resident bear taxes. We are like the #1 destination other states to come in. So, I don't know if we'll talk about that.
Well, as of July first, it is $298 additional to our fare for non-residents.
For any non-resident.
For residents.
John, I think I did raise it, it was like 100 and, I can't remember exactly, 150 maybe to 225, but with the CPIU increases over the year, we're now at what did you say, Brian, 84?
239 right now, it will be 280.
284 with the CPIU, so, I mean, you guys did take action several years ago to increase it that much.
Brian, do you have a recollection the last time we adjusted our reciprocal in South Carolina? I don't remember doing it for quite a while.
It has been a very long time.
I don't think we've done it,
since
yeah.
I've
Been a
gone-
while.
Since I've gotten into this world, we've actually looked at this 2 times, and there were different things that sort of derailed the process. One of them being the Go Outdoors implementation, which was a very long 2 years. The other being just getting the.
2014 is what it's been done.
Yeah, I believe so, it's 2014.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it appears option 2 is probably down the middle, right?
Yeah. Jim?
Do these license sales count towards our federal funding, Pitt and Robinson, all that? So we're at $100 now, and we're looking at least doubling it. And I'm just wondering, how many out-of-state, particularly South Carolina in this case, how many licenses do we sell a year to South Carolina?
I'm sorry, that is.
1,400.
How many?
1,400.
1,400, so it's quite a few. I don't know the numbers of the math, I'm just wondering, you know, that option 3 actually is more in line with what they actually harvest in our state, I think from a comparable number, if I heard that right.
That's correct, yes.
And I'm all for raising the license fees, but I'm also cognizant of the fact we want to be careful not to overdo it to where we start losing sale of licenses as a result of it, because it's going to be, as fair as that is, it's good, people will look at it and say, I'm paying twice what I used to be paying. They'll have to do the math to figure out it's still cheaper to come here than to go to South Carolina, but I'm just kind of doing that in my head and just not knowing what the outcome would be on one versus the other. Just, it's more of a question.
I live in the border county in South Carolina.
Uh-huh.
I hear this quite frequently. One thing you learn to see, Jim, most of the people who hunt North Carolina and South Carolina, the members of the same club, they got the same leases, and they go back and forth, and they go buy a license regardless of what we charge.
Either way.
I don't know, the individual hunter there that can go to another state, what you see typically, and David, you agree with that? I mean, you see that, so I think if we, you know, I'm fine with the middle of the road option, but I think, you know, that's, I wouldn't go any lower than that.
Okay.
I spend a fair amount of time in South Carolina, and they never miss an opportunity to charge outsiders. And as a second homeowner there, they charge me 50% more in property taxes because I don't send my kids to school there. I don't need any services, and I wouldn't be opposed to option 1.
I was getting ready. I know where Joe Bud's going, he's going to option 1. So you wanna make a motion? Joe, if you make a motion, I'll second.
I'll second.
I'll vote
I
for it
would make a
also.
motion to go option 1.
Got a motion, I'll second.
We're gonna tell them you did it.
Listen, he's got a smile on his face right now.
Please do, yeah. And I know one of their senators who's head of their DNR, which is their WRC, and I'll be glad to call him and tell him what we've done.
Well, we have a motion and second on the floor to approve the reciprocal licenses approved with the South Carolina noted with option 1. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Mr. Bud?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, can
The Bud rule.
can we refer this to the Bud amendment?
The
Bud rule?
That's how it's done.
Yeah, I didn't.
Joe has just cemented his legacy on the board. He does not allow that. Okay,
There we go.
There you go.
good. Let's
That's
move
life.
forward. Brian,
Life
thank
fast
you.
lane.
Do you have anything else? You good? You did a good job on that, and let's don't wait, another 10 years.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yeah.
Of course, I know that's not your fault, but we just don't need to wait that long. At this time, I'll recognize, Melvin Bonner temporary rulemaking, notice of tax, and adoption of temporary rulemaking. A hodgepodge today with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. The first rulemaking item on the agenda today is to notice the proposed temporary and permanent rule amendments for 10D 0252 Needmore Game Land in Macon and Swain counties, exhibits H1 and H2. The proposed amendments to these rules are necessary to reflect the newly adopted 2024-2025 annual cycle wildlife management deer hunting seasons framework. Proposed amendments will standardize the antlered and antlerless black powder and gun seasons between the Needmore and the Nantahala game lands. This is particularly important because both game lands have a shared boundary. The amendments will also remove the 1 day of introductory antlerless deer harvest during the gun season on the Needmore game land in Macon and Swain counties, and will align the Needmore game land and the same antlerless deer season and the Nantahala game land in Cherokee, Clay, Graham, Jackson, Macon, and Swain counties. The proposed amended rule text can be found in Exhibit H1. Okay. And the Office of State Budget and Management approved fiscal note can be found in H2. Staff will be requesting the approval to notice the proposed temporary and permanent rule amendments for 10D 0252 Needmore Game Land in Macon and Swain counties to open a 60-day public comment period and to hold one public hearing at tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions?
Go ahead.
The second and final rulemaking item on the agenda today is for the adoption of the temporary rule amendments to the land and water access rules for the 2024 deer season, exhibits I-1 and I-2, which includes 10D 0209 Buffalo Cove Game Land in Caldwell and Wills counties, 10D 0243 Kings Creek Game Land in Caldwell and Wills counties, 10D 0276 South Mountains Game Land in Burke, Cleveland, McDowell, and Rutherford counties. Proposed temporary rule amendments were officially noticed and posted on the North Carolina Office of Administrative Hearings website on February 23rd, 2024, and a public hearing was held May 14, 2024. For 10D 0209, we received one public comment in support. For 10D 0243, we received one public comment in support. And for 10D 0276, we received one public comment in support and 4 public comments not in support. This information can be found in Exhibit I-1. The proposed temporary amendments to these rules are necessary to reflect the newly adopted framework for the 2024-2025 annual cycle wildlife management deer rule that shifted the western black powder and gun season to allow the black powder season to begin 2 Saturdays before Thanksgiving and run for 2 weeks, and the gun season to begin Saturday after Thanksgiving and run until January 1st. The proposed amended rule text can be found in Exhibit I-2. Staff will be recommending the adoption of the temporary amendments to the land and water access rules for the 2024 deer season at tomorrow's business meeting. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good. This time we'll move next item on the agenda, Water and Access Chief Darren Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I will bring to you exhibits J1 and J2, which we'll be presenting tomorrow in the commission meeting. These are the proposed amendments to the land and water access rules for the 2025-2026 annual rule cycle, which we'll be recommending tomorrow to be put out for public notice, comment, and at public hearing. So we have 6 rules we'll go through here for you. First one, it's right there, sorry. So our first one here is on the Cold Mountain Game Land. It will prohibit target shooting on Cold Mountain Game Land in Haywood County. And Mr. Chairman, you want me to go through all 6 of these first?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's our first one. Our second one is on the Goose Creek Game Land. This proposal will add the Bates Bay River Tract in Pamlico County to the Goose Creek Game Land program and allow for hunting of deer, bear, and turkey by permit only on the tract. Our third proposal will, is on Gold Rock Game Land. It will distinguish the two waterfowl impoundments on Gold Rock Game Land. One impoundment that already exists on the Outfall Canal Tract is the E. Merrill Edwards Loop Road waterfowl impoundment. And we will name our new waterfowl impoundment, which is part of the new Willow Point Tract, which is comes from that Spencer Bay acquisition we had. We'll call that the Willow Point Waterfowl Impoundment, and we will then allow hunting on the Willow Point impoundment by permit only. Our fourth proposal is a little bit of a change from what we presented at the Rules Committee. We've modified this one a little bit, and I'll go over that. So we're proposing on the Johns River Game Land that during the open days of the seasons for game birds and game animals, we're going to restrict the use of bicycles to hunt, only to hunters engaged in the act of hunting. So during those hunting seasons, can't ride a bicycle unless you're going to be hunting. Outside of the hunting seasons, they can still ride bicycles. Originally, we had written this rule to say they can only ride on designated trails, but currently there's not a designated trail in the game land. There's a trailhead that's coming into the game land, the Over Mountain Victory Trail. It's not been built yet. It's been delayed by DOT building a bridge or something like that. So we want to propose this rule, this new rule, which restricts riding during the season to just hunters. And then when that trail is completed, we'll come back and have a designated trail. Okay. All right, moving on. Proposal number 5. This is on Lantern Acres Game Land. It will restrict access to on the Lantern Acres Game Land posted waterfowl impoundments to permitted hunters only. This is to reduce the disturbance to waterfowl hunting during the waterfowl hunting seasons. And then our last proposal is from Little Fork State Forest Game Lands. This expands the Little Fork State Forest Game Land from a 3-day-per-week area to a 6-day-per-week area. And those are the 6 proposals that we'll bring forward to you tomorrow to go to public hearing for public comment. If you have any questions?
Any questions? Okay, we'll see these tomorrow on the regular agenda. And now, I expect to be a little bit of discussion. Let's have wildlife management rules right out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There we go. Exhibit K1. Exhibit K1 are the wildlife management rule proposals for this year. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to take the fur bearer proposals, and then we'll go to the turkey proposal.
Yes, that's perfect.
So, proposal number 1 is a change to our fur bearer rules. It will establish a definition and rule of a submersion trapping system, and it'll apply the 72-hour trap attendance requirement that exists for completely submerged conibear type traps to other legal trap types that are set as submersion trapping systems. And you can see the justification there and the change for that. This will provide easier use and check of the submersion trapping systems. The second proposal changes the reporting requirements for licensed fur dealers from monthly to annually to make reporting consistent with all of our other license and permit reporting requirements that are based on the July 1 to July 30 license period. Most fur dealers really only purchase fur for 4 to 5 months out of the season, and requiring them to report every month 0 is just extra reporting that we don't need. And we don't need that for management of the fur bearer species. Questions about either one of those proposals? Moving along then. So to our turkey proposal. Of course, the general idea of the turkey proposal is and still remains to shift the turkey harvest a little bit later into the turkey season. Since the proposal that we presented at the Rules Committee, staff has continued to discuss the best adjustment to our turkey season right now. There's some research that we were aware of and had looked at the thesis coming out of Tennessee, but that research has now been published and it's insightful in providing some new information. And perhaps, Mr. Chairman, we can discuss that next month at the Small Game and Wild Turkey. We can get into some of that information. That research, along with a number of other projects across the Southeast, including our turkey project, continues to provide a lot of valuable insight into turkey biology and the dynamics of turkey hunting seasons. Now, one thing that the most research stays consistent on is minimizing harvest prior to the peak average egg laying start date, which for us is April the 11th. We know that from our turkey ecology study, and we know that that's consistent from the mountains to the coast. So we're going to recommend a modification to what we discussed at the Rules Committee for a couple of reasons. Our current seasons, you see the top, our current season, this is the start date range from April 8th to the 14th, when we use the second Saturday. And what that gives us, in some years, it starts hunting 3 days prior to the peak average nest egg laying, and to some years it gets 3 days after. What we presented at the Rules Committee was going to give us a start date range from April 15th all the way to April 21st, which is 4 to 10 days after. And April 21st gets pretty late into April with the start date. Since April the 11th is the magic date that we're looking at, the new option would set it such that the turkey season, regular turkey season, will never open prior to April the 11th. And it'll slide towards May by 6 days. So the range will be April the 11th to April the 17th. And that's 0 to 6 days after. The average opening date, ironically, would have been just what it was this year. When we calculated out across the calendar year. So this turkey season would be the average opening for turkey season. We also still maintain and recommend reducing the youth season from 7 to 2 days. That will certainly minimize harvest prior to the onset of egg laying and still provide a youth opportunity before the regular season opens. And it gives us more flexibility in the start date of our regular season. So,
Brad, those 2 days would be the Saturday and Sunday prior
they will
to
be
April the 11th every year?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It would be the way the rule will read, if we do it this way, the turkey season will start on Saturday on or after April the 11th. So, and then the youth season will be the Saturday and Sunday immediately prior to April the 11th. So just to give you an idea, as Chris Craig likes to point out, instead of taking the full step, we're going to take a half week instead of taking the full. In 4 years, it'll start on the second Saturday. In 3 years, it'll start on the third Saturday. That's the way it'll range across the calendar, but it'll always start after April the 11th. Any questions about that recommendation?
Pretty clear. Are there any questions? We discussed it already several times. We all good? So the next thing we got.
Go ahead, Justin, up here, Mr. Chairman.
How long will it take to get good data to see if we're moving the needle?
Some of the research coming out of Tennessee is maybe a little longer than we would like to think. We know that we will consistently not be starting prior to April 11th, but there's a lot of different things in play as to, depending on what you're looking at. Productivity, nest survival, poults per hen, a lot of that's habitat related. We're gonna delve into some ideas we've got for sort of habitat campaigns, working with Turkey Federation, some other folks generating habitat work. So, you know, what we'll see is that we're not killing turkeys prior to what we know is our average onset. Now, how many years it takes to see if we're in a pretty good spot right now. So we're just tweaking ours so that it stays where it needs to. So I think that's where, you know, I think there's a lot of different things that are gonna happen over the next 5 years or so in the turkey world. A lot of research going on out there.
Just to make sure I'm right, it's not gonna start, even youth day wouldn't start until after 11th.
Youth day will start the Saturday before the 11th.
It will start, so it will start Saturday.
We'll have 2 days.
All right, I got you.
Prior to, but that's youth harvest, it's actually probably be a pretty good weekend for the kids to be out there, turkeys to be gobbling good.
Yeah.
Did you have something you wanted to add, Chris?
I'm just gonna say, in terms of evaluating the effect of that, we'll immediately be able to evaluate what this particularly does the harvest. We've got a great recorded harvest system, and we'll be able to follow that up pretty quickly with the kind of questions, concerns, and unsatisfaction stuff that we have in place. We'll be able to evaluate that pretty quick.
Yeah,
I'm the new guy.
right.
But a couple months ago, I got the feeling we were not in a good spot based on the data.
We're pretty good. We are the state in the southeast that everybody's aiming for.
No, Brad, I think Joe's meaning that everybody was concerned we were going way over harvest.
Way
But it
over
actually
harvest.
settled down and we ended up where we were last year.
Yeah,
There was
we're okay.
concerns early on that we
Yeah.
were
First week.
whack.
Yeah, our bigger concern is not how many we harvest, it's when we harvest the toms. And pushing that harvest a little bit later into the month will benefit the breeding cycle for turkey populations.
And that there were areas in the state that were not doing as well as some of the other areas in the state. This was to level that out, to the healthy areas where we're seeing some declines.
So that 2 days prior to, 2 days prior to the start of April 11th of regular season, you don't think I heard anything?
I'm not doing it now for a week.
I know, but I'm just saying.
I think the reduction from 7 to 2 is gonna be what we need.
Okay.
That's my opinion right now. I think we're in a sweet spot right now.
But Jim,
And if I recall, the concern was as much because of what our surrounding states were seeing in their turkey population decline. And when we looked at it closer, I believe what we found is our regulations as they existed back then were still more stringent than theirs. And so ours weren't seeing that kind of decline, but we weren't seeing any growth either, I think. And so we were concerned that we might fall off the edge of the cliff next. This, my understanding is these dates are really more biological at this point, knowing that the peak nesting time is April the 11th, and that all we're gonna do is make it better, and we're not gonna affect the hunter quality, or the quality for the hunters in any significant form by changing it to the 11th from where it was. And so it's kind of a get your cake and eat it too sort of a proposition at this point. If we find out differently, and we will have the harvest data from year to year, we will change it. But right now, we're thinking this is a good place to be, if I believe is what we're saying.
So question, first of all, I commend you for bringing this forward, and I'm all in favor of it. I've got a question, is help me understand how we measure success? Is it the number of bird harvests before the 11th? I don't know that that's a proper barometer, so what is the barometer?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah,
We
come up to the microphone though.
We measure success and
Yeah, come up to the microphone though. Yeah, there's a multiple step, Chris will get it better right.
it's a great question. Everybody hears the term success, they think something different. Biologists will look at how many birds are killed. They'll look at when those birds are killed, and the when is more of a concern now than the how many. But then there's more detailed ways we look at that. We'll also look at that on a per huntable square mile. And actually, when you look at that picture, it looks quite different than the total harvest. It shows you that some of the counties actually have a higher density of birds, higher density of harvest than perhaps some just larger counties that just have more raw numbers. But hunters oftentimes think in terms of success as, did I kill a bird? So that's a piece that we have not jumped into as much in recent years. We have jumped very, very heavily into the biology side, the research that we've been doing, but we have a good need now and plans in place to jump into that hunter satisfaction, understanding that piece of success in the human dimensions work. Saw great human dimension work this morning with the bear feeding stuff, so following up on that type of work as well.
Yeah, I think being proactive there is definitely the way to do it. I think the harvest numbers will tell you we took as many this year as last year, but it's easier to kill birds with TSS and cameras and motion decoys and updated blinds, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not so sure that the harvest data is really obviously a lot of stock in it, but there's other factors that are making the birds easier to harvest. So the real question is, do we have less birds? And I don't know how to answer that.
You touched on one other way that we measure success, and we do track this very closely. We would look at the total, we do some surveys as well to understand how many days do people actually go hunting, total across the state for turkey hunters. And then we look at how many birds were killed for how many days of effort to get those birds. And what we see, if you look at the amount of days of hunting that it takes for one bird to show up in the harvest, that trend is increasing slightly.
it's around 10 or 12 days per bird across all hunters averaged together. So that would tell you that populations are stabilizing as well.
Okay, just for clarification, so youth season is, what did you say, 3 days before the 11th?
2 days.
No, it'll be the weekend.
The weekend before
Turkey
the
season will
11th.
open on
It's
the
not the
11th or the first
weekend,
Saturday after.
it's not the weekend before, regular season.
Yes.
It's the
it will be.
weekend before the 11th.
No, it'll be the weekend before the 11th. It'll be the weekend before the regular season.
Yeah,
That's
you,
what-
you had said the 11th.
Well, that's what the regular season toggles off of.
I get that, that's for the regular season, but you had said the youth season is triggered off the 11th.
It'll be.
That's
the-
clarification, I
Yeah,
got
it'll be
it.
the weekend.
I know
prior
what you
to the
meant to
11th,
say.
Which will be the
Okay.
weekend before the
Yeah,
start
great.
of regular
The other
season.
thing that I have on my mind as far as this turkey stuff goes is, and there's been a lot of controversy with the Trappers Association, et cetera, about changing and being more liberal on leg hold traps for coons and possums and skunk. And I imagine that's gonna come up soon. And I guess really, my question is, when can we discuss that? At what point? When will that come up?
Next rule cycle.
The next what?
More liberal about what, the longer season, or, I mean,
Yeah.
they can catch all they want right now.
Well, you can, but when the season's over, there's lots of coons and possums and skunk out there that are raiding nests. And they don't have any natural predators to speak of. And so there has been talk amongst the Trapping Association and the turkey world that maybe we should be more liberal on that so that we can eliminate some of these nest raiders.
That's what I'm saying, so like, extend trapping season?
Yeah, right. Extend it, or, somebody says, let it go year-long. I'm not so sure I'm in favor of that, but if I'm going to put my hat on for my farm, if I could have 6 weeks outside the regular season, that I could get in there and get rid of some of those predators, that's all I need. I don't need a year-long deal. So there's lots of ins and outs, and I don't think now's the time to take it up.
It's not, we'll move it forward and have
Yeah,
them
okay.
come back.
So
So-
I'll make one, we are continuously evaluating the predator management and those kind of things. I mentioned earlier, there's a number of turkey research projects going on out there. They're adding value and information to that dynamics. Trappers Association is actually here today, so maybe after the meeting, you can talk to the
Who's here?
president.
Is Kevin here?
And we continue to evaluate that.
So you'll have your day.
It's not my day.
Okay, you'll have it.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Keep going.
there's one more point.
This is on the age deal?
To the turkey rule, and
Yes.
that is the age deal. We do have to, insert an age for the youth season for turkeys, and I know that's a little bit more of a dynamic conversation, so I will leave that to you to lead.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be glad, one thing, first of all, explain what happened, why we're having to make this change now and address it.
As far as the turkey goes,
Yeah.
well, for some reason, when we readopted the turkey rule, I think the thought was that youth were defined elsewhere in rule when they readopted this one, because it was originally in here. And I think it was just an oversight, somebody thought we defined youth in a separate rule, which we actually don't. We actually define it for every youth season that we have in rule, so it just inadvertently got left out. So we're gonna stay consistent with that model for all of our youth seasons, so we have to come back in and say, what is considered youth for turkey hunting? And then, of course, the conversation becomes, do we stay consistent with what is considered a youth for all of our other youth permits? And
I'll let Kyle add on to that now before we start discussion. Go ahead, Kyle.
So and all this really started years ago when the Fish and Wildlife Service changed their frameworks for migratory birds, and they allowed states that had definitions of youth that were under 18 to claim them as youth. And the board at that time, we were under 16 for youth. But because the feds all of a sudden allowed us to, the board decided to move the age for youth to under 18. We still require anyone over 16 and older to have a license. And so now that the turkey has brought this back up, the discussion from the April meeting was, where does the board want youth season to be? Is it under 18 or is it under 16? And that was the point I think the chairman left us with.
Yeah, and that's the discussion I asked you to clarify last time, what the board wants to do, 18, 16. I know I've heard a bunch of opinions already, but you wanna get started, Mark?
Yeah, my opinion has always been that the intent was to have a mentor with our youth, so that they're out there with an experienced hunter, gaining that experience. And so 16 and under, pretty much assured that they had a mentor with them.
Under 16.
Yeah, under 16, excuse me, under 16, pretty much assured that they had a mentor with them, either a family member or somebody teaching them how to hunt correctly. When we open that up above 16, then they can drive themselves, so I'm a huge proponent of under 16 myself, so that they tend to have a mentor with them.
Mark, you make that motion, I'll say. And we'll close it out, because I see a bunch of heads already saying yes.
Seeing that my kids are gonna be 18 next year.
So we got a motion and a second on the floor.
They melted
Is
the
that
light.
across all youth sports?
So,
Is that,
Mr. Matt,
you, go ahead, you gotta clarify it now, so we can straighten it
so
out.
I do assume that is across all of our, however, we have 2 rules open today or tomorrow, that would involve this youth. So we've got this turkey rule, and then we've got a trout rule. There are a few others that we'll have to catch up on, but we can do those in October. All of them will coincide and be effective next August.
Cause there would be, there's the youth day for deer, and then there's.
Youth deer, there's another trout, it's in trout in 2 different places, and then there's game lands.
Duck.
Well, duck we do by proclamation, but there's a game lands piece for that as well, so we change it in all those locations.
So we're saying 16 and
Under
up.
16.
No, under 16.
Something 16 and above, when you can drive, you have a
You have to have a
license,
license.
you're on your own.
Our license.
15 and under, you're good.
That was gonna be my
15 and
point.
under.
What we're trying to do is get continuity
Yes.
of everything
Across the board.
16 and under.
No,
Under
Under
16.
There you go.
Okay.
Sorry. But, yeah, continuity of all species.
Is that your motion and second? Yeah. To do continuity across all species?
Yes.
You got a motion and second on the floor, continuity, less than 16 is considered a youth. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good.
Mr. Chairman, can I come back to one question? Do I
Yes.
have directions from you to offer tomorrow the turkey
Yes.
rule as we amended today?
Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you, sir. I believe that's all I've got.
Bothered me, those 13-year-olds are-
Oh, you do have the fiscal note that you guys will recognize and vote on tomorrow.
The other thing related to turkey, there were discussions that I heard from various commissioners about, taking a look at the hunting past noon. We kind of held off on that. I had a discussion to hold off on that, but that we agreed with the commissioners that brought it up, to make that part of our surveys. When you harvest a turkey, when are you harvesting? You're harvesting before 12, after 12, so we can get additional data to plug into, the harvest and stuff. Everybody okay with that? Okay.
And we're gonna take a deep dive into turkeys at Small Game Wild Turkey Community next month. And it's working on the white paper right now, exploring all those, and we'll have, maybe Cal will give you 2 hours.
I won't take 2 hours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brad. I tell you, you're getting better at getting through these things quicker, Brad. I tell you,
Well, it's getting a lot less complicated.
I might put you in for a raise with Cam or somebody. I'm impressed.
We got nothing to talk about.
Christian Waters, Inland Fisheries.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all. Before I begin, I've got several rule items for you today. Before I begin, I want to mention each of you should have had a business card at your place. The business card references the sensor renovation project. There's a QR code on there that will take you to our website where we have the latest information, and we'll continue to keep it updated as we move forward. Those are the cards that we provided to staff, in particular, hatchery folks that are seeing people when they're stocking, enforcement officers when they're out patrolling, are sharing that so that folks will know what's going on with our sensor renovation. So with that, I'll move on to the first item I've got, which will be Exhibit L1 tomorrow. This is our 25-26 rule proposals for fishing. The L1 exhibit includes the proposal descriptions and justifications. We have 10 proposals that were presented at fisheries and rules committees. 8 of those deal with trout and the standard boundary changes. And per the vote just a minute ago, we'll also add into that rule the change of the youth season age. And then there are 2 additional rules that deal with crappie and mullet size and creel limits. Exhibit L2 is the fiscal note that goes with those 10 proposals, and there's no substantial economic impact. And I'll be glad to take any questions about our annual rule proposals.
Are there any questions for annual rule proposal? Hearing none, continue.
Okay, so the next item that we want to talk about is a temporary rule for striped mullet and white mullet. This will be M1 of your packet tomorrow. This was a temporary rule to change the creel limit for striped and white mullet, 100 per person per day, and no more than 400 per boat per day. This proposal was noticed in April, and there's actually 2 components to the exhibit. M1 is the comments, and M2 is the actual rule text that we will be asking you to, or recommending that you approve. The comments, there were only 6 respondents during the comment period. 5 of the 6 were in support. We did receive 1 letter. That letter was from the Marine Fisheries Commission and the Division of Marine Fisheries. They did express concern that you did not have jurisdiction to make this rule, which is clearly not true because you have jurisdiction in inland waters, and later in the letter, they did also acknowledge that you share jurisdiction in joint waters at a minimum. They said that this was confusing to the regulated public, in particular because we had a rule, although the whole purpose of this rule change is to ensure that we are consistent with their rules in order to make sure there is not that confusion. They also indicated that we used to have a reference rule, and that was misrepresented in the fact that that reference rule never dealt with mullet at all. So that was somewhat irrelevant to this particular rule. And then finally, they did acknowledge that this temporary rule was consistent with the rules that they were putting in place, but, and quoting the letter, could be a management discrepancy if the Marine Fisheries Commission changes its selective management. So clearly, if Marine Fisheries changes again, that would require further action on your behalf. With all of that said, for consistency, we will and do recommend that you would approve this temporary rule tomorrow. This way it will be consistent with what Marine Fisheries is doing. I learned as late as last night that they are currently working on their proclamation, and that will be issued within the next couple of weeks. So we will be within a few weeks of being consistent with what they do via proclamation. And then ultimately, this will come back as permanent rulemaking through the annual rulemaking cycle. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them as it relates to mullet.
I don't have any questions, just one statement. I don't know how many times we can read, or someone can read, the general statutes of North Carolina that clearly indicate that the Wildlife Commission has hook and line authority in inland and joint waters. And how many times we can go to the Rules Review Commission, and the Rules Review Commission agree with the Wildlife Commission's position. I don't know how many times you can say that over and over, and it just doesn't sink in, and they continue to write these kind of letters. I mean, I saw a lot of you kind of joking and laughing when you were reading that, and that's about what it's become, and all due respect, that's about what it's become with these frivolous objections. So it's just, I guess the games continue. I just wanted to say we keep hearing the same thing over and over and over.
So Monica, what,
Yes, sir.
do they have anything in writing that they could put in our hand that justifies their position?
I've really never seen anything in writing that it's just their, I think it's just they're not willing to acknowledge the rules, they don't agree with them, and they don't wanna follow them, and they do whatever's necessary, and Wes has said it numerous times. They just operate basically however they want to, and that's part and parcel, we're in the reason, where we're at with resources today, coastal resources today. And it's just, and I will tell you, we had a meeting yesterday with the governor's office, at 1 o'clock, and talked about these issues again. And we made our positions clear again, cause they had asked what we plan to do with the flounder season. My honest answer to them when they asked that question, and principally, we met with the general counsel of the governor's office. I told them, quite frankly, I didn't know. I was confident that we would, put it out for notice of text and public hearing. I think we've got an obligation to do that. But that we would have a vote on it July the 26th. But that we still had a commission that was, frustrated, with this continued, however you wanna say it, stalling, repeating the same arguments over and over and over, the lack of communication. I talked to them about how, it's my opinion on it. Several years ago, we tried to get proclamation authority so we could, marry up, seasons, and we only have regulatory authority, and that's a lifelong procedure, and you can't marry the two when we've got to go through months of public hearings and regulations, and they can do it with a proclamation 7 days before season starts, and we're months into, where we can't change change our rulemaking, without going through a elongated process, but that, and I felt like they had weaponized that, to make us look like the bad guy, when we had, for the last, with mullet, flounder, potentially flounder again now, these things, and they try to make us look like the bad guy, because we don't have proclamation authority. And we tried to get it a session ago, the General Assembly, and was pretty much, told if we want our agency to be able to pass, we'll drop that. And we did. And so that's just kind of the continued history here. And we even had a brief discussion about delineation once again, and I reminded them once again, that, we had this discussion 2.5 years ago and had a plan in place. The Wildlife Commission did what we were directed to do and came to an agreement with a memorandum of understanding, that we would adjust to these lines, and then we would, come up with a way to manage. And there are some legitimate questions there about how do you manage the species that, they've got less species to manage than we do. They have like 10 or 12 or something neighborhood that they're interested in managing coastal resources, and we've got close to 100 or so, somewhere in that neighborhood that's under our radar. And we were looking at agree to the lines and move forward with, how to deal with these species with our staffs working for it, to get, working out the details and get the politics out of it. And then, we've got the issues with coastal, the boundaries, but all those things are workable, but you got to get to that point. So basically, we ended the conversation with the governor's office with, we may meet again, we may talk again. They were going to go back, and they specifically asked for a meeting with just Wildlife Commission, and we had a wide ranging discussion. Tamara was there, Kyle was there, Christian was there, and they were able to answer all the technical corrections, and they were asking a question about basically what we can do because, there's been a noticeable divergence over the last couple of years because we've had these gaps in seasons, about why that happened. I says, because we kind of had been frustrated to the point that we looked at our statutory authority and what we could do to help protect species that were not being protected, and to be able to have species in inland and joint waters that had no limits, and we could put a limit on those as well that are unprotected, and to exercise our full statutory authority. And it was kind of irrelevant whether the fact we had ever done that before as a matter of history, but we've done it now. You have all kinds of authorities whether you do or not, but we've done it now, and so that's kind of pushed the argument to where we're at today. And if it creates a little chaos, quite frankly, and gets us to where we can seek some resolutions to these issues, that's not necessarily a bad thing in my judgment. So that's kind of the down and dirty of the meeting yesterday we were at. Kyle, Tamara, any of y'all got any, Kyle, you got anything you wanna add to that from the discussions yesterday?
That's right, covered.
So that's kind of where we're at, and that gives you a full rundown of yesterday and where we're at. And and quite frankly, I told them, I said, I don't know how, with the level of frustration where we're at, I think we probably, as a, you know, to do the right thing for the resource, we would. But that's the decision the commission about, maybe I couldn't commit to it one way or the other, what would happen on July 26th. So that's kind of, you know, where we're at after we put it out to notice of Texas State public comments. Any questions about that? Kristen, you want to continue?
Yeah, I sure will. So the next item, once again, involves marine fisheries. It is the temporary rule for mandatory harvest reporting. This was a proposal that was noticed back in April, and now we're bringing it back to you for consideration for adoption. So N1 is the exhibit that summarizes the public comment. There were 1,089 responses that we received. 81% were not in support of this. There were multiple themes that kind of were mentioned as people said they didn't support it. Quite a few, probably the most of all, concerns regarding commercial fishing. There's just general displeasure with this, overregulation, burdensome for anglers, concerns over non-compliance. This was government overreach, that other states don't have similar mandatory reporting, and concerns with enforcement. So, kind of a widespread there of reasons why people didn't support this. Moving to exhibit N2, which will actually be the exhibit that has the rule text. This proposal is consistent with the temporary rule that Marine Fisheries will be considering tomorrow as well in a special called meeting just for that purpose. Just as a reminder that this is the implementation of Session Law 2023-137. It was passed last October, so it's required by the legislature to have mandatory harvest reporting for those 5 species. And I will say that DMF is the lead on this per the legislation, but we are working very closely with them to hopefully ensure that this gets implemented in a way that it won't be as much of a burden as it potentially could be. In fact, we're on calls with them probably 2 or 3 times a week right now, trying to work through this. So there's still some details, but this temporary rule will put in place the basis that's needed to legally allow us to proceed with the mandatory reporting. With that, I'll be glad to take any questions, and tomorrow, we'll be recommending that we move forward with this temporary rule.
I've gotten a lot of emails and questions and so forth about this, just because I think it was the last meeting, the first I had kind of heard. Is this kind of the General Assembly and DMF driving this ship versus the Wildlife Commission? Is this kind of being, do we have a choice on this?
So I would say that since it's a legislative requirement, I don't know how much of a choice we'll have. As far as who's pushing this, if you will, DMF is struggling with this as well, and I would say is trying to figure out how to implement it. So it really is a legislation that was passed by the General Assembly that both agencies are trying to figure out how to implement.
Who pushed it in legislation?
I think Salmon Management is been pushed by it.
I think it's the North Carolina Marine and Estuary.
That's Salmon Management. Is that the
That's
new
where-
name?
That's where it's coming.
I think we all get or at least I do, from Chad Thomas, the with the Marine Estuary Foundation, kind of an explanation of, you know, why this came about, the federal reporting wasn't good, state reform, you probably, did y'all, most of y'all get and read that? So is that kind of where they push the General
That's
Assembly,
exactly right.
and then they're saying, all right, DMF and Wildlife Commission, now y'all need to get together and work this out? Is that, would that be an accurate response to someone asking me how this came
Yeah,
about?
there were several groups that supported it. The Marine Estuary Foundation for one, the North Carolina Fisheries Association, the commercial fishing lobby, also supported it. And so there's some folks that supported it, and then, like I said, the legislature passed it, and once it passed, then we're just trying to implement what the legislature's told us to do.
Do the commercial fishermen already have to report?
So
Yes.
they do not, they do and they don't. They have a trip ticket program, I'll explain that, but let me explain that Marine Fisheries tomorrow is actually considering two temporary rules. One temporary rule would be consistent with this for recreational. They have a separate temporary rule that is specific to commercial reporting, because the state, that session law address both recreational and commercial. And what happens right now with commercial is they have to report what is sold. So they have the trip ticket program where when they take it to a fish house, because they have to sell it to a licensed dealer, when they go and sell their harvest to a licensed dealer, that gets registered and calculated virtually real time as to what the harvest is. However, that commercial fishermen can also keep fish for their personal use. And so if they don't sell those fish go unreported. And so what this session law does is it now requires commercial fishermen to report any fish that are actually harvested. Doesn't matter what species it is, doesn't matter whether it's sold or not, they are to report all species that they actually harvest. And the way that'll be done through a temporary rule is it'll be through the trip ticket program. And so the idea would be just like when they go to report and sell what they want to sell, anything that they're keeping for their personal use would also be reported at that time and go to DMF. Ultimately, DMF is looking at trying to build some type of app, potentially a phone app that would allow commercial fishermen to report some of that without having to go through a dealer. But that's down the road. Right now, it'll all be through the trip ticket program.
So how would our,
Will the commercial fishermen have to report all their bycatch now?
No, sir.
No.
Because bycatch is not considered harvest. Bycatch is returned, and it is either returned alive or it's considered a dead discard. So analogous to fishermen, our recreational anglers, they're not required to report what they caught and released. And so this law would not require that of commercial guys. If it's anything that they take home, basically, they actually harvest and remove from the water, that's what would have to be reported.
Just the other question, part of that is are we working on an app, or how would we handle being able to report?
So yes, sir, we are, but actually Division of Marine Fisheries is. Again, the session law specifically tasked the Division of Marine Fisheries with this, and that's why, even though we're involved, the temporal actually has the ultimate reporting going to DMF because they are the lead agency. They also receive funding to develop a reporting system that could come in several different forms. But what they're working on right now for the temp rule would be an online reporting system that you would log in, provide some very basic information to essentially identify yourself, and then you would report how many fish of each one of those species you harvested. And then long-term, the intent is to build that out into a much more robust application that not only can be accessed by the individual angler, but then ultimately accessed by enforcement and accessed by management biologists, and with the idea that it would track things over time. So if you wanted to go back and see when you harvested fish, where you harvested fish, all that information would be available for you as an angler.
And also reading that, it's my memory that out of the 6,000 commercial fishermen, there's only about 2,000 that actually, I'd say, make a living or have sold a fish or whatever. So I would assume that most of, if we're talking about commercial fishermen that have to report something they take home, you're talking about a couple thousand commercial fishermen versus, I mean, I guess you could have 1 million, you know, hook and line that would have to report. So this reporting would be a lot more on hook and line than it would be the commercial fishermen, I would logically.
It potentially could in terms of data points, absolutely for sure. In terms of the importance to management, you know, having an accurate estimate of harvest is quite critical, especially when we're managing many of these fisheries based on a quota system, like we're getting ready to talk about with flounder. With that said, yeah, and I don't remember the exact statistics off my head, but you know, 5,000 to 6,000 actual licenses. There are a fair chunk of those licenses that are just being held by individuals because, you know, once you give up your license, you know, they're not issuing new licenses, let's put it that way. So some of those are just simply being held because they currently exist and they don't want to lose that right. Then you have those folks that actually sell, and it's probably about a third that actually register a sale, as you mentioned. And then there are some folks that use their commercial license just for personal use, whether it be for their own families or a lot of times, you know, examples of like church fish fries and things like that they contribute to.
Dave, is it a fair statement that even though it's session law, marine fisheries doesn't have their ducks in a row to get this implemented? I mean, this is gonna be a disaster. I mean, right now, who do you report to? How do you report? I mean, nobody can answer that question.
Exactly.
So
When do you report it?
So the way that'll work, and yes, there's a lot of work to be done in the next few months, because this won't go into effect until December 1. So right now, we've got, about 6 months to get it finished. They've built out requirements of what it would take to build a base, online reporting system. And they have staff that are beginning to work on that. And so what will happen is when it's time to report, you would go to the Division of Marine Fisheries website. This is how I understand it right now. It's being developed. You go to the Division of Marine Fisheries website, and then on that website would be a simple form to fill out, similar to many of the surveys that we do, where you would put in your license number or maybe your last name, first name, and then there would be drop-down options so that you could, you know, I harvested spotted sea trout and then 2, for example.
How much time do we have to do this? Does this happen 10 minutes after you catch your fish with your bloody?
No, it has to, legally, it would have to do with when the harvest is complete. So if you're on the boat and you catch a fish, you may ultimately return that fish to the water. And I mean, I use myself as an example. I caught a spotted sea trout, put it in the live well, didn't catch another thing the rest of the day. I get back to the boat ramp and I'm like, I ain't gonna take time to clean this one fish. And you put it over. Well, that fish wouldn't be considered harvest. Harvest is when you take those fish, remove them permanently from the water body, and take them home. And so the time that harvest is complete is basically at the time that you are done fishing and you're leaving the water. So if you are fishing from a boat, the idea would be that when you were leaving your access area, you would have reported or would report. If you're fishing from the shore, you know, as you're loading your gear up to leave, you would report. And it's not the same, and I might get some eye rolls from staff when I say this, but there's a little bit of it akin to like the deer harvest, where, you know, you have to report your deer harvest, you know, after you kill the deer. Granted, the way we do it is different than what they'll be able to do for fishing, and it'll be a different process. So it is very different in many respects, but the concept is kind of the same things. When you're done with your fishing trip, you would report your harvest. And like I said, they're building that out now. They're already producing posters and things, like, so at access areas, they'll put up, the QR codes, so that somebody can scan a QR code and go immediately to the app. There's gonna be, business cards that will have a QR code, where you can just scan the QR code. They're talking about, producing potential stickers that you might wanna put on your, like on your tackle box or something, so that once you can harvest, you can go straight to the reporting app, and hopefully it'll be quite simple to enter the information. The other thing will be that once you're in the system, you should be in the system, and there should be the ability there that you kind of already have an account, very similar to Go Outdoors for some of the things that we do in terms of our app.
Any other questions? Brad?
What does it mean that we're required to pass this? What if we don't? What if we vote on it and it doesn't pass?
I was gonna ask that question, Brad. We're at the wrap up, so we got an attorney opinion, or Kyle? If we do not adopt this rule, what is the practical effect of that?
I mean, DMF doesn't have their act together on this yet. Why not just wait until we see that there's something valid to pass? It sounds like General Assembly passed a bad law, and they want us to sanction it with a bad rule so we can get blamed.
I don't think General Assembly asked our opinion, did they?
I'd like to find out
So
what
that's
was the
kind
thought
of-
process. I'm not real comfortable.
Well, I don't know whether we had a choice or not, but it's kind of interesting that all this happened and we weren't part of the process.
Well, every one of us has a yay or nay choice, but what happens if the nays win?
Do you wanna have an answer to that for tomorrow?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll have an answer to that for tomorrow's vote, how's that sound? Okay.
You can't vote today?
Some of us have already voted no.
I mean,
we started this
Is
conversation.
the opposition philosophically against getting the data, or just the hassle,
Well, nobody's told,
the mess it is?
nobody's told us how they're gonna enforce it. So like I said, if I'm gonna have a real heartburn if one of our fishermen pulls up at a ramp and he doesn't have phone service, whatever the case may be, and they write him a ticket because the fishing's over, as Christian just, and he hadn't called in his fish yet. We don't do that deer hunting, you know, so, I mean, I don't see how this is.
How could it be passed without them having a method publicly as to how you report your catch?
So there's a couple of different things there. So the idea of somebody not having service or not having a cell phone. So the way that is addressed in our rule as well as their rule is that there is a paper report card. And so you, if you can't report it online so that it's in the system, then you are to report it on the paper report card, and you're supposed to have that paper report card with you, you know, and basically until the fish are disposed of. And then that paper report card ultimately has to be reported through their electronic system.
It's like a big game.
The potential for the app is that hopefully the way the app will work is that you can put your information in, and so it's there. It may not have uploaded, it may not have connected, it may not have sent yet, but it's there. And so that's similar to deer harvest, where you've got to show your tag. That's effectively your tag, is you've got to show, and Ultimately, the system will give a confirmation number. It's yet to be determined exactly when that confirmation number will be able to be assigned, whether you have to be connected to the internet or not. But there is a lot of process that's still ongoing in terms of developing it. Part of the problem of why we're doing this now and why it looks like we're out ahead of the horse here is in part because the way the law is passed, y'all are supposed to do temporary rules. Well, to do temporary rules based on legislation, you only have basically, I think it's 210 days to do that from the time the legislation was passed. We got an additional exception, which allowed us an additional 60 days, so you had 270 days from last October. So in order to fulfill the Administrative Procedures Act, which y'all are bound to, and meet the requirement of this session law, that's why the temporary rule is now being brought for you to basically set up the legal framework for this, as we are still working diligently to build all the other components out that would be affected. And the ultimate effective date will be no earlier than December 1 of 2024, because of that is the requirement, and that's the intent. And so we will be building, working with DMF, again, I say we, but DMF will be working to build the app. We'll be working with them all along to make that happen and basically make the best of it. But that's why we're kind of a little ahead of in part, the process is because of the deadlines that are placed on us based on state law, both in the Administrative Procedures Act as well as this session law.
Brad, you got another question?
Well, just the public comments that Margot sent out, there's a 4-page letter from the North Carolina Wildlife Federation that I think summarizes a lot of the problems.
Absolutely.
And of course, a lot of the issues with these species in such decline. Some of it is because there's not good data on, like, recreational hook and line fishing isn't the part we're missing. It's dead bycatch and commercial recreational license for people recreational fishermen using commercial gear, thing we've already discussed about if it's not taken and sold at the dock, then nobody knows what happens to it. There are other reporting issues that are gonna be a lot more important than all these 1 million hook and line fishermen having to report every single fish. Anyway, I recommend you read that letter. If you read all the comments, you'll get a lot of salty language. A lot of pretty negative.
So what you're saying, Wildlife Federation is against this?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's a 4-page letter.
So is
easy
the
to read.
Congressional Sportsman Caucus, did y'all read their letter?
Yeah.
They were also opposed to it.
Brad,
Yeah.
can you send that can you email that to me?
Yeah, I think it was in something Margot sent out, but I'll forward it to you. if you
So it's in the
missed it.
packet it was sent out?
It's in
Yes.
the list of
Public
comments,
to
it's one of the
consider for rule
comments,
adoptions.
along with the
Margot
1,000
sent
other
out
comments,
May
there's a 4-page letter. There's, we
Our
have a
best
lot
course
to
of
read.
action here, folks, is to go back to the legislature and talk to them and see if they'll either put it off, get rid of it, and you see that's what Federation, some of these others are suggesting. I mean, so it's gonna have to be dealt with.
Well, we got one of them coming to dinner tonight.
Yeah, we just, it's gonna have to be
John
dealt with.
Bell's coming in.
It's gonna have to be dealt with. And that's where it needs to be dealt with, like, is in the legislature.
Well, let's move to the last one, that may piss them off really good.
So
Okay, well, yeah, move it.
I will say that Division of Marine Fisheries, excuse me, actually it's Department of Environmental Quality, their mother organization, has made a request at the legislature for clarification on how to use the funding as well as to postpone the implementation of this at least 1 year, to push it back to 2025. So that's also being discussed at the legislature.
We knew that, and then they're trying to, what about, have you seen the fiscal note on this, what it's gonna cost? The general cost to implement all this?
So, no, sir, and that part has not been done. 'cause
I know what we spent just to go to North Carolina.
Yeah,
And you're talking about having, basically have the same infrastructure without all the different kinds of revenue to pay for it, so that's an interesting situation. You know, Kerry,
They got $5 million.
they got $5 million, okay.
but as far as the physical note piece of it, there will have to be a physical note when this goes to permanent rulemaking. So that'll be a significant, pretty significant, I guess, process.
Well, at that point, I mean, whatever they're building should be built, so the price of the
I got
map or whatever, that would be covered already, so
I
it
got
would just be the ongoing cost.
So they appropriated $5 million to pay for this?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
Does Ashton happen to know who the sponsoring?
Senator Sanderson.
Senator Sanderson, wasn't it?
Yes,
This was Senator.
It is.
Well, let's move to the last one. We'll move on. We'll have an answer about what happens if we don't approve it tomorrow, but that's gonna be a commission vote tomorrow. Go ahead.
Okay, so moving to the last item, which would be exhibit O, is a, request to do temporary rulemaking as it relates to flounder. We've talked quite a bit about flounder, first discussed it, in February at the Fisheries Committee meeting, that we thought something like this would occur, and now we are here. Want to give you a little bit of background as it relates to the flounder. So the Southern Flounder Fisheries Management Plan, Amendment 3, was adopted by the Marine Fisheries Commission in 2022, actually May of 2022. In that plan, it established for flounder a quota management system, and it was both for the recreational and the commercial sectors. And so, terms like total allowable landings, which y'all are all familiar with from the Roanoke, very similar to the way it's done for the Roanoke, but in this case, it would be for flounder. And the way they set that up was based on historical landings, at least for 2022 and 2023, the recreational sector would get 30% of the quota, and that equated to almost 169,000 pounds. And the commercial sector for 2022, 2023 would get 70% of the quota, which was 372,000 pounds. So in 2022, the recreational harvest was estimated at 74,000 pounds, with an additional 53,000 pounds of dead discard. So when you add that up, it exceeded the recreational total allowable landings by 56,000 pounds. So this was in the year 22. So in 23, that was deducted from last year's quota. So last year's quota, after being reduced, was adjusted to 114,000 pounds. And the estimated harvest this year in 2023, or excuse me, last year in 2023, was 200,000 pounds, with an additional 41,000 pounds of dead discard. So when you add all that up, it exceeded the TAO in 2023 by 127,000 pounds. So moving us to 2024, per the FMP, that has to be removed off the TAO. So when you remove 127,000 pounds from the original 159,000 pounds, that basically leaves you an adjusted TAO of 43,000 pounds to be, I guess you could say, harvested in 2024. However, based on Marine Fisheries data, they expect at least 40,000 pounds in dead discards. So when you pull out, that's catch and release mortality. So when you subtract that 40,000 pounds off, you're basically right at zero as the allowable quota for recreation. And so as a result, based on the FMP, it would dictate that there would not be a season for the recreational sector in 2024. And that's what Marine Fisheries discussed and basically agreed to at their last meeting.
How was the recreational actual catch determined?
Okay, so that is determined through what's considered the Marine Recreational Information Program, MRIP. Y'all probably heard about MRIP.
Is that voluntary or mandatory?
Well, it's basically a creel survey, just like we do on the Roanoke.
Uh-huh.
So they have staff that are across the coast. I'm not sure how many they had this year, but at one time it was as many as, I think, 25 staff that simply did creel surveys for them. They also, the MRIP is a coast-wide process. So while it's a NOAA program that is then implemented in conjunction with the states. And so they also do mail surveys to get at effort. And so they combine the data that NOAA's collecting with the data that are collected through these creel surveys in order to get an estimate. And so, you know, it's different, but it's analogous to the creel surveys that we run for striped bass.
So there's gonna be no commercial fishing for flounder?
So, yeah, so I was getting to that.
I just wanted him to go on the record. Go ahead.
Because the whole
Say it out loud. Say
FMP.
it out loud.
So the FMP process, again, separates that quota by each sector. Well, the commercial sector is fishing, and they're reporting through the trip ticket program. Trip ticket program is essentially a real-time, day-to-day assessment. So it's not exactly, but it is. And so as a result, Marine Fisheries is actually able to close their season early. Unlike they're not able to do that with the rec, but they are able to do that with the commercial. And so as a result, in 2022, they had a 372,000 pound quota. They harvested 362,000 pounds. So they were under that. But that's also because they were shut down. In 2023, they're still reviewing and compiling the final data, but there was a slight overage, which will be deducted from this year, but there still is a substantial quota for them to fish in 2024. So the intent right now, per the FMP, would be that Marine Fisheries will open by proclamation the commercial fishery.
All right, Kristen, so the question is that 362,000 pounds they caught, that is marketable fish? What is their poundage of bycatch?
That's a great question.
Well, that's the problem.
Well, 5 million surveying how much their bycatch would go
That's
a
the
long
problem.
way and give
So-
them
Yeah,
put
more
that in the
useful
app.
information.
So it's,
Don't know what happens at 2 a.m.
so the
Yeah,
So the
how the tickets
bycatch-
get turned in.
so the bycatch is a little different. So bycatch can come in very different forms.
No way I'm gonna vote.
When you're talking about bycatch as it relates to the targeted, gillnet and pound net fisheries, those estimates are assumed to be very low because in the gillnet fishery, as I understand it, they're able to harvest, whatever they catch is what they harvest. So there really isn't dead discards or bycatch from the standpoint of everything they encounter, they're taking. In the pound net fishery, there is some fish that are put back, but still, it's assumed coming out of a pound net, that the mortality is quite limited. Now, on the flip side, when you talk about bycatch, you also talk about bycatch in other fisheries that isn't necessarily accounted for in the quota. So, I've had questions about trawl fisheries and things of that nature. You know, well, that's a bycatch, and that's a bycatch that impacts the assessment, but that's a bycatch that is not accounted for in the quota. So,
Shrimp trawlers is,
yeah, that's,
they're not counting and evaluating the species of that, they're missing the information they really need.
yeah, and that in concept is being accounted for ultimately in the mortality estimates that are used in the stock assessment. But that mortality is different from the direct fishing mortality, which is accounted for by the quota. So,
Any other questions? Everybody sufficiently confused and misunderstanding and everything else?
Let me make one comment.
Just none of it makes any sense. Commercial, go ahead, Wes.
I just wanna make, so if we refuse to do this, it's gonna draw attention to it. And then when we draw attention, they say, well, what's y'all's problem? We say, well, when you give us a legitimate bycatch on the net, on the trawl, then we'll consider that data on our decision. It's a hell of a way to bring attention that we can call them out.
So to add to that, my legal counsel has advised me that, this today is just to take it to public
Just to
hearing.
take the public hearing to
We will actually vote in July.
July.
So my comment is, I can swallow that pill today. But I'm gonna tell y'all right now, if the commercial fisherman's gonna be allowed to take a pound, there's gonna be a recreational fisherman allowed to take a pound.
There you go.
That's
I
my
agree.
vote.
But we can do that in July.
Right, so I'm good if we do that in July, and I'll make sure I'm here in July.
You'll have that opportunity to do that in July.
If the commercial fishermen get 100,000, recreation's gonna get 100,000, or I'll vote no till the cows come home. But I'll let it slide today, knowing that the comments are gonna be no different than the comments on the slide prior to this. It's gonna be 80-90% of the people that aren't happy about this.
That's
So,
the
David,
anticipation, yes.
David,
Yes,
what
sir.
does your legal counsel tell you why we're gonna let it slide today?
Cause we
you gotta
could
go to
potentially
public
be
text,
sued,
Tom. You
we
gotta
could potentially
take
be
that out.
sued if we did.
Cause all we're doing is notice public text, letting it take public comments, like we're required to do,
Yeah,
to evaluate the comments and what the public thinks and everything like that. And then we render a decision after we give the public and everybody an opportunity to do that.
Good with that.
I think we've at least we should do that. I mean, I agree. And then, that's why I said earlier in my comments, then in July, you vote on the actual up or down.
Good with that.
And that's,
I
that's
guess
where
I'm
we're at.
good with that, but I'm kinda like with Wes, I think it'd draw attention to us that it might be worthwhile.
Well, we've been trying to draw attention for the last 2 years. We're doing hook and line and all the stuff that we're doing. And I think we're getting closer to that than we were before.
Get closer.
We're getting closer. Yes, sir.
Wes, let me ask you one question. In your personal opinion, on a typical shrimp trawl, would you think the bycatch was less than the shrimp catch, equal to the shrimp catch, or greater than the shrimp catch?
I would, now, that's impossible to answer, because if you hit them right.
I'm saying, but you
on average-
average it out.
On average, it cannot be far from 1 to 1.
Or great, let me say this, I did it, I saw it twice. I can't tell you, I witnessed it this summer from a couple friends and a commercial fisherman who does this for a living, took us on 4 30 to 40-minute trawls. And I can't tell you the number of fish about that long that I mean, hundreds of pounds were dumped back in there. I mean, they were dead, laying on that table after they called a shrimp.
Well, now,
I've read
there has
4.5.
actually been surveys done, and you kind of get a little bit of a variation, but there's usually somewhere between 6 and 7 pounds of bycatch per 1 pound of shrimp.
Yeah,
That's
I've heard
what
4.5.
That's what I saw.
Yeah.
But I know, that's just one trip, but I don't see any.
You know,
It's
the gill nets and the pound nets are not the problem. You can
get.
get,
It's the trawler.
the gill nets,
The
you
pound
can
net.
catch what you bet based on the mesh size.
Right.
The pound nets, there's just not that many to
It's
start with.
exactly
It's
correct.
just the trawl.
Joe, you got a question?
I just have a statement. If this state can figure out how to deal with the tobacco farmers, why can't we, as a state, figure out how to deal with the commercial fishermen?
Political will.
Well, I agree with you, but there are a whole lot more tobacco farmers in this state than there are commercial fishermen.
Probably those people were dying.
But I mean, I agree, and it's mostly just the shrimp trawlers in inland waters.
And lack of enforcement.
And North Carolina is the only state that allows trawling in estuaries.
We're one of the few that has
in
it.
the East
There's a
Coast.
lot of out-of-state.
That's why the license
A whole lot
don't
of
have, you can have somebody from out of
There's
state.
a community license. There's a community.
Mr. Chairman, could
One
I-
more thing is to wrap up.
Yeah, just one more thing, just so we're clear, I don't think it changes our opinion, but I just wanna make sure y'all understand it, is that, you know, when they do the stock assessment looks at spawning stock biomass, looks at reproduction, looks at impacts of recruitment and lack of recruitment, which is where the shrimp trawl and the bycatch goes into that process. I'm not here supporting it or not, I'm just saying that's where that is actually accounted for. Once that's accounted for in that assessment, the assessment then gives you the total allowable landings that can be used for a targeted fishery. And so that's what the quota is. The quota is those total allowable landings that the pound net, the gill net, the recreational hook and line, the recreational gigger can take of mature fish from the water. So it's in the process, it's just in a different piece of the process. I'm not sure that it's accounted for appropriately in that other piece of the process, so I'm not trying to defend it, I just wanted to explain that that's why you don't see that number in these numbers, is because it's accounted for on the front end when they do the assessment.
Anything else? Any further questions or comments about this? We'll have it tomorrow. Hearing none, that's the last item on the agenda, housekeeping. John's made arrangements for us to eat dinner at Ray Steakhouse tonight. It's right there, carried 5 or 10 minutes from the hotel, if it's even that far. So we got reservations at 6 o'clock, is that right, John?
6 o'clock.
And so we'll probably start meeting in the lobby whenever you want to, around 5:30 or so, and head over about 5:45. Additionally, you've seen some changes in the room here today. We didn't get them all completed, we were supposed to have the new table in. We're 6 commissioners short today, so if you're asking why we need a new table, could you imagine trying to fit 6 more people around this table when we're 6 short today? So we got a new table coming, it's a U-shape, it will have power, so you can do your phones and other equipment. We will not have those little laptops, those little desktops anymore. We'll have a clean look here. Of course, we'll have a new AV system. There'll be a AV that you can look at it depending on where you're sitting, the U-shaped table straight. There'll be one on this side, and there'll be one on this side. So when you're sitting around the table, you'll have 3 different ways to look at the screen of the information that's being presented. Additionally, we'll be changing the lights out. We've got new chairs coming. It will be a little bit larger table, so some of the gallery seating will be gone, but lots of times they're coming in and out for presentations. There's always empty seats, so we've made adjustments for that. We feel comfortable with that. We tended to win this to help better control the climate, if you noticed that or not. And I think that that's basically the down and dirty, what you expect when we come back in July. Okay, you did a really good job with that car. I really like the Well, thank color, you. the I appreciate style. it. Oh, you being facetious? No, I'm serious. Okay, well, thank you. Okay. That was an afternoon of going to look at furniture, going to look at, I mean, we did a lot of stuff. And it was not a consensus. Somebody had to make a final decision. I need to see, while pun and German, I need to see these commissioners in Cam's office for about 5 or 6 minutes. Mark Craig, Tom Berry, John Coley, Wes Seegers, and David Holt. I got something I need to discuss with y'all. Takes about 5 or 10 minutes.
We adjourn, go ahead.
Give us a quick report on Cam and Renee. And,
Cam and Renee, let's adjourn. I mean, I'll tell you after the meeting.
okay.